You'll ride all the way down here to our cemetery, and they should be here about between 10:30 to 11. And then we're gonna have our little ceremony to place a wreath down here for the fallen veterans and all deceased veterans to honor them. And we was got involved with them about a few years ago. I rode with them to Shawnee at the wreath ceremony about December 14th, and it was cold. And ever since then, they've been contacting us and having us carry the colors and stuff like that in for them, and help place wreaths on at their monuments, veterans monuments. And also, we're trying to get our vet center kind of decorated, and asking to, we just want to put names of all veterans on the wall in the center. And we're trying to locate all the tribal veterans. Yeah, our families of deceased veterans or living veterans, to get their names and their rank and everything, and what theater they served at. And also, we're also looking for donations for to kind of decorate the center up with. And also, I'm probably wanting to know about the flag post, but I got a message that from Galen, the director, that the flag posts are fixed and the flags are flying. Anything else?
If you wouldn't mind giving that a copy of the flyer to our secretary so she can disseminate it to our members, and then we can forward to our band members as well.
Okay.
That would be great. Thank you, Mr. Larney.
Thank you. Representative Fulbright?
Yes, on the wall that you're getting ready for the veterans,
Yeah.
can you put that on our Seminole Nation website or Facebook or something? Because I know we have a lot of veterans out there that don't know about this, and I'd like for it to be reached out as far as possible. How many do you have so far?
See, so far I think we've got about almost 25 to 30 names.
What information do you need from them?
The name, rank, and serial, I was trying to say serial number, but what conflict it is in, like Korea, Vietnam, and World War II and one.
Do you want their years they served, or?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's what I'm saying. If you could put that information on the website, or see that the communications can get that information out, I bet we'll have a lot more.
Okay.
Anyone else have any questions for Veterans Committee? If there is none, thank you, Walter, for coming today. Appreciate y'all's work. Representative McCoy and then Representative Fulbright.
OAP?
OAP. Are you talking about the Elders Committee?
No, the Older American Program Advisory Board.
Yes. Yeah, that would be.
Is that the same?
Yes. That during COVID hasn't been active. Yeah.
Okay, can I just put these questions for the record? My band wanted to know when the building is going to open for our elders to come and have lunch. And there was some talk or rumors, or if you could clarify, if they're moving to the bingo hall. So those would be my questions.
Sometimes it surprises me, what council passes and little time, kind of passes and we forget what we've done. But of course, that's one of the measures that was passed, not quite a year ago. But yes, the OAP will be located into a larger facility. One of the key things from the CDC guidelines is, of course, in this during the pandemic, in the height of the pandemic, and it still is in place as far as certain guidelines for the CDC. It's the distancing, congregate gatherings. So one of the ideas of what the council already passed was to create a larger space so that congregate gatherings can begin again. Now, what we're seeing is statistically that the cases are going down, but most recently there are a few little spikes here and there. I think we know that COVID will most likely be around for a long time to come. So why it's not so prevalent is because of the hospitalizations are not as high as they was at the beginning of the pandemic because of the availability of the immunizations. So I believe that Ms. Martha Wynn explained that at the last council meeting, that indeed we will open up when we are able. I understand the social bearings on folks that can't congregate and be able to have that fellowship and that human touch. I'm personally looking at, as the statistics show, even in Wewoka soon. I'm looking at that as soon. Matter of fact, we discussed that this week, executive office on how we can open up more for our tribal members in all areas, even this gymnasium. You know, it's got a beautiful floor underneath it, and folks need to get in here and utilize it. So we'll look at the science and the data, and especially in the areas where there's folks with high risk, you know, to perhaps become seriously ill. Obviously, we got to take a closer look at those things, but it's not something we're ignoring, that's for sure. Representative Fulbright was next, I believe.
Okay, the Seminole Nation Health Advisory Board noticed that they did not submit a report to the secretary. Wonder if there's anyone here that can make a oral presentation as to their accomplishments or any announcements that they need to make that may impact our Seminole Nation communities with regards to what's going on with the Indian Health Service.
We do have a council representative on that board. John, do you want to give a briefing of what Representative Coleman is requesting? Could you go ahead and come up front? That is appreciated, Representative Narkemy.
And also, too, Mr. Chair, if we have decided as to whether or not we have a representation to the Chickasaw Nation Medical Center Advisory Board.
Okay.
But we were off for OAP.
Yeah,
The floor was, the questions were asked of OAP, and then Representative Fulbright had her hand up next. I made that note that after Representative McCoy, Representative Fulbright, and then Representative Coleman raised her hand. In that order is how we addressed it here.
Chair, I think we need to finish the subject on it. You should have asked if we were finished with OAP before you went to the next subject.
What I would suggest from the council is go by the rules of order and stand.
Because I
And then you
had
can
my
have the-
hand up.
You can have the floor until you sit down. At least until the time is given.
I still have questions on OAP, so when he finishes, I want to come back to OAP.
And you raise your hand and be acknowledged to take the floor. Thank you, Representative Shaw.
I had my hand up.
Okay, Representative Coleman, would you restate your question so I can kind of formalize them?
Okay. My question is that since the Health Advisory Board just submitted a report of their activities during this period of time, if we could have a verbal report, there's a lot that's going on in the health arena right now. You know, you've got the opioid crisis, you've got the Muskogee Nation that had removed their remaining tribal shares at the Avoca Service Unit. What has the impact been? They've started a new health center in Holdenville near the Tyson food factory. And, you know, there's just a number of things that's going on, and I was just wondering as to the meetings that have been conducted with the committee and the Indian Health Service, if there's new things coming down the pike that could impact our Seminole Nation communities, then, you know, it's just your regular report, since we didn't have one. Thank you.
The short answer to that is the last time the health board actually had a formalized meeting was probably in November. December, we do not, dating back from before when I was on this board the first time, the board voted to not have a meeting at all in December. Then the meeting that we had in January was canceled by the chairman. And then the meeting that we had in February was only attended by myself and the chairman. So we didn't have a quorum then. So the short answer is we haven't had a formal meeting. Now, what the chairman and I discussed in February was that the plans to construct the new addition to the clinic are moving forward. Still it's still basically in the planning stages, but it is moving forward. We will get that new addition. They're working with the executive department, of course, and a lot of the mandates at the clinic have been lifted. You can actually go into the clinic now. There is no longer a person sitting out, which is an inconvenience to those that have. We require wheelchairs and assistance getting in, because during the time of the pandemic, it was very easy to get assistance for those that were a little harder to get around. And I'm figuring at the next meeting that we have, we should probably introduce the idea of maybe not having somebody stay there at all times, but having somebody that keeps a closer eye on the front, because it was one of the fortunate side effects of the pandemic, that it made it easier for those individuals that have trouble getting around, especially getting up that little ramp in front of the clinic, to offer them assistance. Because right now, if you have somebody that has trouble getting around, nobody there to assist them, they're kind of on their own. Which, I mean, they've gotten by before, but it was so much easier before. So that was an idea I was looking at presenting. We have a couple of patient concerns that need to be addressed to the clinic that have been backlogged a couple of months. So those need to be presented, and pending those, you know, there's possibly some updates in the policy of how the WeWork clinic does their business. If anybody has any questions about this, about what I can tell you about the new facility, there's going to be an expanded dental operation. Right now,
Not yet.
what's that? What's that?
It's proposed.
Proposed.
Yeah.
Yep, proposed. There's proposed to be a proposal for a larger dental operation. Right now, I can tell you that we have one of the prime dental operations in the state, or in this district, because we offer services that most other clinics do not. And we could do so much more, so which is why the additional space is required. Yes.
Stand up person. First of all, okay, this has to do with Seminole Nation Advisory Board. It appears as though every time we call a committee board member, the chairman's never here, okay? It always has to be such as yourself and all that as a member, all right? So anyway, the chairman's missing in action, so this is what you call a point of information. It has nothing to do with about the new clinic coming up, being built and all that. This came from our people from the Seminole Nation. Point of information, remember. This lady said she received a letter saying that she was tested positive for COVID. She said that she called them, said, I have never been to the clinic. So how can I get a letter saying that I'm positive for COVID and I never took the test? They said they checked into it, just never returned the call back to her. 2 weeks later, she gets another letter from the clinic saying her son's got the COVID and that he was a grade school boy. He called him back and told him that my son is in the 30s. 2 weeks ago, he was not in elementary or anything. They said they checked into it, called her back. Another lady called me and told me that she went down there and got tested, blood test, okay? Results stated that she had cancer. They referred her to Ada. Goes on down to Ada. She gets tested. They said, you don't have cancer at all. She was pretty perturbed, upset. And the last one, this lady said that her knees were bothering her, elderly lady. She goes down to the clinic. They check her knees out. They said that she has no cartilage, that the bones were rubbing against each other. So they sent her to Ada. Ada said, there is cartilage in there. Your bones are not rubbing against each other. So this is what you call point of information. A lot of you people sitting out here probably say that you should take this information and call the chairman or whoever's in charge, 101. No, it does not work like that. If I did that, the rest of our people out there that might have had the same situation and problem in the past, it could bring it up also. So that is my point of information, John. Thank you.
Well, first off, let me thank you for not using any names. That's important.
Except you.
Yeah, I mean, of any of the patients, that's important. Because that is something that has to be addressed by the administration and the staff of the clinic. That's what your advisory board is for. We are part of matter of fact, the majority of the session that we have with the clinic is to address patient concerns. If a patient has an issue, something major or even minor that they feel as an error has been made by the clinic, then it's important that they put this to writing, get it to a member of the board, doesn't have to be the chairman, could be any one of us, and we will put it on the agenda and have it discussed with the CEO of the clinic. And he takes it to his board or his board of doctors, and they discuss it. There is, unfortunately, I know, I'm a Seminole as much as anybody. I want action now, but there is a process here, and in my experience, I have had a couple of issues in front of the clinic, and they do address it. Sometimes, a couple of times it wasn't to my satisfaction, but it was addressed. But I stress that if you know anybody that has a problem with the way as an error has been made by the clinic, have them put it in writing and submit it to me, and I can tell you I'll put it before the CEO. That's what I was put on the board to do.
There's a form that's considered to be a release form too, which protects the board from bringing up anyone's
Right.
medical issues. So that has to be also submitted as well to the board before they can even go into it. So that's just a protection of privacy and so forth. Representative Dethridge?
Mr. Narkman, question for you. When and where are your meetings held?
Normally, the second Wednesday of every month,
Second Wednesday?
the second Wednesday of every month.
Where?
Right now, we are still having virtual meetings. Right now, we're still having virtual meetings.
What time are these meetings?
10 a.m. and then 11 a.m.
And you didn't have a meeting in December.
We did not have one in December.
You have one in January?
We did not have one in January.
February?
February, it was just myself and the chairman.
Okay. Representative Coleman, she mentioned a lot of moving parts that are taking place within Indian country. Opioid epidemic is almost out of control. See the lawman over there, I guarantee you, he's going to be nodding his head, yes, it is almost, maybe it is out of control. And we've got a health advisory board that hasn't had a meeting or a quorum to have a meeting in over 3 months. I pray that we have a meeting in March. I mean, a real meeting to address some of these concerns that are killing our tribal members.
I'm with you, 100%. I'm ready to meet anytime, even if it's not the second Wednesday.
Representative Yesler, and then Representative Coleman.
John, I just had a question as far as, or even the chairman. Have we been any notification that IHS is looking to dissolve in anywhere within the next 5 to 10 years? And has this been addressed or brought up to the tribes? From my understanding, they're working toward that and getting closer, and they're wanting all tribes across the country to be able to operate their own clinics.
It is the same idea that comes down the pipeline every now and then when we hear that they want to dissolve trust, period. There is truth to it. I mean, of course the government wants to do it, but there are treaties and laws that go way back, make that more complicated than just ending it. So when you hear that they would like to dissolve the IHS, there probably is truth to that. Of course they would. I mean, why wouldn't they? But they can't just do that. I mean, there's going to be, I mean, you have over 100 tribes that file a class action lawsuit here. And, you know, it's not going to be just that simple. So 5-10 years, it's going to take them 5-10 years just to even get paperwork organized to present that idea. And then another 20 before any action can even be inched towards. So the answer to your question is, yeah, probably they would like nothing better than to end services to us. But they can't right now. Not for quite a while, if they do at all.
Representative Coleman.
Okay, thank you. Representative Narkme, it concerns me that we don't have a representative to the Chickasaw Nation Medical Board. And that I hope that someone is nominated to be a member of the board, because there's valuable information that we may be missing out on, not attending the Health Advisory Board for the Chickasaw Nation Medical Center, since that is our inpatient care. And also too, if you would invite Commander Landers, the AO, and Mr. Karen, the CEO, to our meeting, maybe in June, just to introduce themselves. And we want to see who they are, and they can meet us as the body of the Seminole Nation.
Absolutely.
Maybe they have, give us some general information as to what's going on and update us. And in the past, we used to have members from the agencies like VIA and IHS to come and visit us. So I would like to have you extend that invitation from the council. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'll invite him at our next meeting, and I'm sure the chairman here could add his unique thoughts on that. And, but yes, we'll invite him.
All right, we come about the time to spend on this particular committee and board. So thank you, Mr. Narkme, for your comments. Representative Dethridge? He might have had his hand up a few minutes ago. Wayne, you still got your hand up? Okay. It would help me as the chair and help you as well, and for your convenience, is when you yield the floor, just say, I yield the floor, and that way you won't have to stand, okay? Because I know the microphone's not becoming for somebody to stand up and be still picked up. So, Representative Shaw?
Yeah, I was just fixing to ask the council to excuse me from standing because I've got bad knees and I'm fixing to have them operated on. But I'm coming back to that OAP. Did I understand you say they're gonna open it up? How soon are they gonna open it up? It's not so much going in there and eating. There's a lot of elderly, and some of y'all are in here in that category with me. I like to go in there and visit, socialize with people. I speak the native language. There's a lot of them that come in and speak the native language, and they're lonesome. It doesn't include me right now, but you know, if I lost my wife, I guarantee you, I'd be sitting down there to talk to people because I'd be lonesome. I know that. And so we need to accommodate those. And we're saying that, oh, CDC. Well, CDC doesn't run the Seminole Nation. We're supposed to be a little bit more sovereign than that. And if we can walk in a clinic, we're sitting in here, it's optional. If you want to wear a mask, it's optional. It doesn't say you have to wear a mask. And so this meeting here, we're going to throw our hands up and say, hey, we can't have a meeting. If that's the case, and they say it's federal law, then how come our programs are still open? Those are federal programs. How come our IHS is still open or starting to open up more? But we can't do it with one little bitty program down there for our older Americans to socialize. And I don't care if you feed them a cold bologna sandwich, they're happy with it because they get to talk to one another. I lost a lot of dear friends that have been there because I used to visit with them quite a bit. Now, I don't get to see them because they're gone, but the thing is, I didn't get to see them before because of the pandemic and they locked the doors. And I get a lot of complaints on our food that's being handed out. They said, a lot of them saying it's still cold. We're not getting to eat what by the time it gets to us, it's already cold. They may have little hot boxes to carry them in, I don't know. But the thing is, those are the kind of complaints that we're getting. And so I'm going to implore you, chiefs, open that up as soon as possible. I'm not talking about 2 weeks either. I'm talking about next week.
Well, what I shared when I answered Representative Coleman's questions, I covered everything you just now brought back up. And as I said, we continue to look at the data and the science, and we will open as soon as we most possibly can. I do appreciate your comments, though,
You were
Representative
talking
Shaw.
about vulnerability. Look at our kids. They're going to Head Start. They're going to early Head Start. They're more vulnerable than some of us old farts. Excuse my language, but that's true. We need to start taking care of, if you're going to take care of one, take care of all of us, not just one.
I don't
Thank
know.
you.
I don't remember any of our young people that age being lost to COVID during the height of the pandemic, but there were some, and we know them all.
I had nine
closely.
in my family that had COVID.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about succumb to COVID. The young
I'm
people
talking about little ones
succumb to COVID.
that had COVID. I had to take them to Ada down there to get them treated. They took infusions and the whole bit.
Yes, succumb means they passed away due to COVID. We had a lot of elders that did that very thing. So there's reasons for how we conduct ourselves. But we will take all this into deep consideration, as we already have. We spoke about it this week, how we're going to open up as soon as we possibly can. Let's see, I saw another hand somewhere. Was it Representative Fulbright?
I'm
Yes,
gonna
3
yield-
hands ago.
I'm going to yield the floor to Representative Deathridge because he had his hand up before you did.
No, he didn't.
I did call on Representative Deathridge before he asked Representative Shaw to go ahead and discuss it. So we'll come back to you, okay, Representative Fulbright? Okay, council, please, okay, Representative Fulbright.
Goodness. Okay, Constitution Revision Committee?
Ask me a question.
I guess I'll have to. The Constitution Revision Committee met twice. First time there was quorum. There were no officers that were elected at that meeting due to some of the bands didn't have their representation there. So the board decided to give them a chance to bring their representatives in, and since it was the first meeting. The second meeting, there was no quorum. And I don't know if that's because whoever contacts the boards, if it's our council secretary or whoever, didn't know how to get a hold of them, phone numbers, emails, or whatever. I know they were having a hard time getting a hold of some of the representatives. At the first meeting, and if somebody that's on the Constitution Revision Committee can help me out here, I thought we set a date when we were going to meet every month. And I believe, if I remember correctly, it was the second Tuesday of every month at 7 o'clock. But who, since we don't have any officers, would get a hold of the individuals?
Well, we have that information, through the council resolutions that were passed to nominate those, and of course, this council confirmed those nominations.
Sure.
So we have that information for most people. There may be some contact information that may be questionable there, but we do have that information.
But when do we meet again? I mean, the minutes, I give the minutes to you because I was asked to take minutes.
Yeah,
But I don't have a copy to know, hey, we're supposed to meet the second Tuesday at 7 o'clock, but everybody's asking me, when does the Constitution Revision Committee meet?
okay, what I would suggest, and hopefully we get a quorum at the next meeting, that the Constitution Committee do their due diligence and elects a chairman and officers at that next meeting.
Yes,
You
with
have
quorum. And we
Okay,
can't do it without quorum, guys.
okay. All right. Let's see, Representative Deathridge, then Representative. Do you yield the floor, Representative Fulbright? No talking across the floor by the tribal council, please.
Oh, Larry's just asking me, when are we meeting? Don't know.
Okay, well,
Okay, so is somebody going to get us that information? When we're going to meet again?
I can call a meeting since you don't have any officers,
please.
okay?
I yield the floor.
Okay, Representative Deathridge?
Did you say we need to stand up as well, or not?
No, we gave for the convenience of the council that you can set.
That's okay.
But when you yield the floor, go ahead and make note of it so that we all know.
Okay. I'm going to voice my concerns as well as Mr. Shaw did about opening up somewhere where our seniors can meet and just giggle and laugh and have a good time. I don't care if they play a game of bingo or you have to feed them, but give them an opportunity to congregate, please, as soon as you can. My brother, he is begging me to do something, and I don't know what to do. So I'm asking you, excuse me. Now, I got a question. A while back, this council appointed Leon Petit and Shirley Watkins to work some numbers up about the Griswold Mansion. Can you tell me where we're at? Because I asked Mr. Petit about it recently. He said, I ain't got a clue. So that's where we're at.
I know how recently that was, Representative Deathridge, but the last email that went out to both Representative Petit and Representative from the Old Cheesy Band, we're waiting on correspondence from the actual Carter Real Estate and the people who were counter offering the amount that they were willing to counter to us. So that's where we're at on that. We came up with a figure about $1.6 million. We still owe, less than that now because time has passed. So if they agree to that, then with the standing resolution that's in place, we'll make that happen.
Can you tell me about the winery? Is it gone? I mean, I couldn't buy a bottle of wine for Seminole Nation for nothing, could I? Not that I'm going to, but I mean, I drive by from I-40 to here, 5 miles north of town on the west side of the road. I see 1,000 T-posts up on that hill, and it looks like it was something, and I'm going to assume that was probably a vineyard at one time. So what are we doing with a winery?
You mean the property that the
I guess so.
winery existed? Obviously, the winery was kind of faded out, during the last administration. So the property is still there, and there was concern by the tribal council about anything that in default for executive to make sure that we don't let things go into default. So it's safe as far as continuing to pay for it. Now, as far as revamping it, recycling it, see what we can do with the property, there are some ideas on food initiatives and food sovereignty that will be coming up very soon with some additional funds that we applied for, and we have received them. So there's some planning that needs to come and brought to the council for confirmation. I think we all know that affordable access to healthy food is very difficult in some areas, and in this area we are in a food desert. So those are things that will be coming forward to the council for proposals to use that property for food initiatives and food sovereignty, those types of issues. It will not be a winery no longer, and hasn't been for a long time.
Recently, also, the council was asked to come in an unofficial capacity to listen to Robin Miller, the chairperson for the Seminole Nation Gaming Enterprise. And during that meeting, it was mentioned that there's only 3 acres or 3.5 acres of the 15 acres that was put into trust, and that is a lengthy process. Do you know whether the SNGE has formally asked to put the other 12.5 acres into trust, or where do we stand on that?
No, the effort for the application for trust was done at one point, but then there was a situation that the Bureau brought up for that particular property on some easements. Now, those are being taken care of, and yes, the process of the application is still ongoing on the additional 12 acres that's behind the 3.3 acres to the west, the 12 acres to the west.
All right. Question for you. Again, it was October the 15th, 2022, that we had a guy, don't even remember his name. He's with DCN. Don't even have a clue what that stands for, but we give him $4.5 million.
The SSBCI?
Yeah.
I believe that's what you're referring to.
Where do we stand on that?
We do have an update on that.
Okay, good.
Chief Palmer obviously worked with that gentleman that was brought to the council, and they were approved. So, Chief, if you want to go ahead and just share, where we're at on that. We're moving along. Things don't happen like a magic wand, as everybody knows. You just wave it and it magically appears,
So the resolution that the General Council passed allowed us to apply for that. We're in the final stages now with U.S. Treasury. We've finalized all the drafts of all the paperwork that they've requested. To date, we are in compliance with everything that they've requested. So it's just going through that process. It's to a point now that they're working attorney to attorney. and with our program developer to get all of that submitted to through the portal. So we're hoping within the next quarter, there's more development, but it's still going through that application process.
Yes, and it never was supposed to be immediate action right after the council passed the measure. There was a process that we would have to go through as a
Correct.
nation. Well, thank you.
Last thing, and then I'll yield the floor. When it gets to directors coming up, I see that we've got somebody from the SNGA today, and I would like to ask a question or two of them after a while, but for right now, I yield the floor.
Yes, you can call SNGA up. They are a board, and some of their people are here as well. Representative Cootie?
Do I have to stand?
No.
Okay. On our, do we have a contract on that Grissom Mansion where it says when the contract ends and if they just pick up and go, or does it end when?
You mean the real estate company?
Yes.
The real estate company's contract was renewed a few months back whenever it was coming to expire.
Did we pass it?
It's the same real estate company that the council passed previously. So yes, you did at one time pass it for the Grissom Mansion to be sold, and that was the real estate company that we've been working with as a nation since that particular measure passed.
What was the amount owed on it?
The treasurer, just gave us an amount, I believe it was around $1.4 million, somewhere around there. Bill, am I correct in that figure, about 1.4? Okay. He got a new figure, and the figures will change from day to day because of the way interest is figured. Okay.
1.4?
Coming up.
Yeah.
Okay. Because there is two existing loans, apparently. One is 1.4 and the other is about 107,000, 108,000 total due. So that's going to bring it up to total about 1.5. Yes.
A total of $1,601,938.
Okay, that figure wasn't here.
That's going to be for April 1st.
Yeah. Okay, well,
Much. We're not going to clear that much because net to seller, we're going to have to take off the real estate 6%.
that's true.
So we're going to net to us with all the expenses. Can I give that information? We're going to net $1,469,342. So we're going to still owe $132,596.
And that's because of the percentage that the real estate office takes if indeed the offer goes through. Representative Cootie still has the floor.
So when will this contract end?
For Carter Real Estate,
The real Grissom Mansion contract. When will it end? You said it was renewed. So when will it end?
I would have renewed that probably and signed that with the real estate company. I would say probably late last year or January. I can't remember the exact date at this moment, but it's a relatively new renewal.
So and how long is it?
It's for a year.
For a year?
Yes.
So possibly the beginning of the year it was renewed?
Yes.
All right. Now,
I can
Would it-
get the exact date for you.
would it be possible to use the ARPA money to pay off that real estate?
No, that's not possible with the ARPA money, but there are some other options with some funds that we have, and if we go through some other options, if they would have been introduced, during the pandemic, it very well could have been, possibly taken care of, or the majority of it taken care of because of the businesses that was getting assistance during that time. It was not operating. Obviously, there was some rural business development grant funds that was applied for at one time, and there's different stipulations. So I would, we could probably go into the legalities of those agreements with the United States Department of Agriculture and see if even bringing it to the council for selling at the moment, that it came to the council, if it was even legible to do that measure, because we had an agreement with the United States of America on funds that was being spent. And, but anyway,
Well,
they don't got that camera up, do they?
anyway, I just remember that I think that, for my opinion, we had the wrong board in place, whatever, because when I spoke to them about it, they said they would only meet if it was important. And I understood that they applied for a grant and it was granted, and they used part of it, and then the rest, they don't know where it went. So, these are the kind of things that we have to make
No, I'll
sure-
explain that. I'll
just have
explain
the
that.
board in place that can do something.
Representative Cootie, because you mentioned that we don't know where it went. We know where it went and where it's at. What had happened during that period of time, y'all remember the Oak Street project? Remember?
Yeah, I remember.
And CENDOC at that time wanted to take that building and use it for Seminole Services LLC. So they dealt with the USDA at that time to see if they could use what was left of that original grant money, the Rural Business Development Grant funds, to be able to expend on that Oak Street for renovations. It was nowhere close to be able to renovate that particular site, because it's about $126,000 is all that was left in from that particular grant. Now, in the interim, what happened is when you sign an agreement with USDA, and I was kind of referencing it earlier, 10 years. It's 10 years that you have to keep that. If you're going to use that funds for that purpose, you got to keep that facility that you're using those funds on for at least 10 years. Okay, that changed the stream, and there was decisions at that time, that was before this administration came in, to not renovate it with those funds, maybe to do something different with those funds. But we had a budget officer at that time that said that would not be the thing to do with the United States, is to say you're going to do this and then do something else. Now, what happened with that, we weren't sure when we first came into office exactly what happened to those funds. We thought they might have been sent back to the to the federal government. We actually have those funds. It's in the same account it always was in, which was at Bank First for the Grissom Mansion. So we're dealing with USDA now to see if those funds can be utilized for a project that is under those particular sectors that the provisions were made for. So, and in the meantime, when we came into office, the deed was never filed to transfer it over to CENDOC, I believe. Is that correct, Mr. Getz, I believe? So the council passed that particular resolution be repealed. So that building now is in the hands of the Seminole Nation. And we do have the funds now through the Bureau of Indian Affairs, which has we brought before the council, and that building will get revamped. It will be renovated, through ATG CARES funds, which was secured even back in the time when CARES was available. So that's a project that we have to be able to bid out and get the work started on that.
And that's the building on Oak Street.
That's the building on Oak Street. But for what you're referencing, the council, has the ability to do many things because of the authority and sometimes people use that term power. But it's the
Yes,
authority of the council.
I understand that, but a lot of times we don't get the information, and when we're asked, we don't know what the answer is. So normally, when somebody asks me about things that are happening, I don't even know, and a lot of our programs have moved into new programs and everything. I don't know where people are at. Well, I haven't heard anything about so-and-so moved to another building or whatever. So the information's been lacking as far as I'm concerned. So I'm just, got the answer now. So when people are saying, why is this happening? I just want to be able to let the people know where we're at, where we're going, what we're doing. Because if you don't, then everybody start talking and this is what's happening and we don't know, and then nobody knows what's going on and all. And I don't like hearing that because I'm not aware either. And so, but I just want to be aware so that I can relay the message to people who are asking me. So that was what I wanted to find out. So it's not possible, but there's other possibility that we can find a way for Bristol Mansion.
There's a standing resolution right now that says we're going to sell it, okay? So executive office, it behooves us that we do our best to execute that standing resolution. But yeah, the council has the ability, if they wanted to do something differently, to do something. But are there other economic opportunities to do something different? I believe there is. Now, this ain't.
There is.
This is, yeah, there is. There is. Yes, there is.
Okay, I yield the floor.
Okay. Your hand, Shadi, but I thought there was another hand up somewhere before yours.
Hello?
Oh, Nancy's?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, Nancy, my eye doesn't go over that far, but Representative Fixico and then Representative Watkins. Representative Fixico?
Okay. The Princess Committee, I'd like to call them up because we had one that had a death in the family. She had to leave. So I'll go ahead and get these girls gone, taken care of.
Okay, sounds great. Princess Committee? Good morning, good morning. Okay. There we go.
I want y'all.
Okay, good morning. We are the Princess Committee with our princesses. I'm sorry that the little miss had to leave, but she had death in her family. And at this time, I will go ahead and let the girls introduce themselves. You know, it's been a long time. Everything around has gone by. So you all probably had met our princesses. So I would like to introduce the princesses, or else I'll just let them speak for themselves. But
Inche Stongo, Ayani Tibicha Chipgros. I am your 22-23 Miss Seminole Nation. I am Eufaula Band, and I am Deer Clan. I am 20 years old, and I am a psychology major. I'm also a caseworker for the Indian Child Welfare with Seminole Nation. It's so good to be out here and hear everyone's insights and their thoughts and their knowledge. I am looking forward to continue to obtain this knowledge and use it in my career and to give back to my people as well. Mado.
Estongo, Majaneta, Haramneta, Hirozin, Bombala, Ibo Funga, Medoke Jidois. Amiranusam, Chochifkados, Yejiaskat, Medo. Amajoga, Bali, Ibo Goggin. Este Seminole Moment Navajo OS, Edmond, Oklahoma, Ligados. Hello everyone, my name is Amira Newsom. What a beautiful day we're having today. I'm 16 years old and I'm the Junior Miss Seminole Nation. I am also Miccosukee Band and Wind Clan, and I'm so glad to represent and honored to be here today. Thank you, Meadow. Also, we are having a stomp dance here next Saturday, so if anyone wants to donate cakes for the cakewalk or goodies, you're welcome to do that, and I hope to see you guys there next weekend. Thank you, Meadow.
And our little one that had to leave is Olivia Harjo. She's a granddaughter of Wendell and Kalita Williams. Maybe the next round we'll be able to get her on the floor and introduce herself. Inga, Nagi.
Do you take the language to learn the whole language, or do you just learn enough to be able to stand before us and introduce yourself?
I believe that I've been here for a long time, and I do speak my language, Stoban.
No, madoko no chen no no.
Oh, and I think they learned their language as they came along by their grandparents, probably. But, along the way, they pick up the words, and they're really learning. And so, Hayatat, Jinda, can you all speak?
I can.
The majority, Mogonat, get started. Mogonat, Bonsongi Balis, Ponaya, Yahagit, our ways.
Classes oh that will agirua.
Nugget?
Classes oh that will agirua. Is that a bona kishana?
Yes.
Come in, man.
I think it's almost like self-taught. So I'm real glad to hear him today. And they did speak well.
That's why I'm saying they are learning, so they should continue to learn more than what they are repeating here. And
Yes.
if they're learning good, I mean, I think they can learn a lot more and be able to be influent.
That's right. But,
so,
our language really comes from the home. We didn't have to have classes. It all came from home. That's where it all began, and we should. Bonayet, Yahagit, next door is Magit. We don't do that no more. We go that way. Hayan that Bukos Opto, Bonayet Goigat. But anyway. Anybody else?
Thank you, princesses and committee, for coming. We always appreciate the work that you do and representing the Seminole Nation. God bless you.
Madam.
I want to ask for SNGA a little earlier. Is that still what you would like? SNGA representative here.
Good morning. I'm Rudy Lorenzana Jr., the SNGA Chief Gaming Regulator, and I brought along Mr. Jamie Hummingbird. He's our Commission Chairman.
Representative Deathridge.
Mr. Larizana, a while back, we had a person from SNGE, Robin Miller. She came and presented a slide presentation. We had an opportunity to see that slide presentation that she presented to the council.
No, she didn't provide me a copy of it. I heard about it, but I was not invited to that.
In her presentation, she mentioned the fact that And I say in fact, I think it's probably one of those Kellyanne Conway deals. It's an alternative fact. You know what that makes it, but that's beside the point. She said that we didn't need an SNGE board because the SNGA was controlling everything. Can you expound on that just a little bit as far as what is your capacity as a SNGA? Remind the council what y'all's responsibility is as far as the NIGC, other things. So
We're strictly regulatory. We're not managerial. We ensure that the operations are abiding by the gaming rules and laws and regulations. But as far as telling them what to do, we don't manage them. We only regulate them. But as far as what Ms. Robin Miller is referencing, I have no clue. I was not involved or present for that presentation.
So how many times have you personally met with Mr. Miller?
Not once.
Sir?
Not once.
So who gets to visit with the SNGE board then? Do they correspond with Mr. Hummingbird or?
I know Mr. Hummingbird has had communications with Ms. Miller, but as far as my own communication with the gaming enterprise, I communicate with their interim GM, Katie Merdanian.
Well, I'm going to go biblical on everybody here. The Bible in Amos chapter 3, verse 3 says, unless it says, how can two walk together unless they're in agreement? And the same thing holds true with SNGA and SNGE as it does with MECO, Assistant MECO, the Executive Office, and the General Counsel of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma. We have to communicate. And so I don't know what we need to do as far as the council and the executive department or SNGA and SNGE. But if we don't start communicating, it's the death spiral as far as I can tell. So I'm just encouraging y'all to try to make contact and see if y'all can work out some stuff. I attended, Miss Miller, when she was here, she said, hey, she said, we have our meetings on wada. And so, you know, I showed up on that date. You can't find that on the calendar, but I showed up on that date when their meetings were to be, like the third Wednesday of the month at 11 o'clock. And I was the only person there with the exception of Katie Meridian, or whatever her name is. What's her name?
Merdanian.
Merdanian, yes.
I think I'm saying it correctly.
Me and Katie were the only two there. The commissioners, the board was not even in attendance. They were traveling, coming this way. I don't know what their excuses were, but I could sing that song about excuses too, but that's beside the point. So I'm just encouraging y'all to go out of your way to make certain that we are moving in the right direction and not just saying, oh, it's Jamie's fault. Oh, it's Rudy's fault. Oh, it's Billy's fault. Oh, it's Robin's fault. So please help us. Same thing holds true with administration.
Representative Detheridge, just for the record, everything's always going to be Rudy's fault. Okay. Sorry about that. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Jamie Hummingbird. I've been involved with gaming regulation for nearly 25 years. And I've been serving with the Seminole Gaming Commission since about February or March of last year. And since that time, I've been able to make quite a few observances and things that have been going on with the gaming agency. And the gaming agency is doing very well. But to your point, Mr. Detheridge, about communication and meeting with the SNGE board, I was able to meet with Ms. Miller and Mr. Shepard at the Global Gaming Expo conference last year in October in Las Vegas. We talked about a number of things about different contracts that they were looking to get forward before the SNGA for review and approval. We talked about future plans that they have for some of the gaming facilities, Wewoka in particular, and some of the projects that we had going on with a surveillance upgrade at the Wewoka facility. And I think through conversations with Rudy and the staff that we have been able to open those lines of communication, simply because I agree with everything that you say. Everything that we need to do, we have to be able to communicate and be able to be on the same page so that each other knows what the other one's doing. And so whenever we do that, and I'll give you a good example of what that communication, style of communication brings, is on the Wewoka surveillance upgrade. We had a need to replace an outdated system that had been really obsolete for about a year and a half or so. And we were able to get the other two facilities changed over to this new system. Wewoka was the last one. And we had held off on it because there was potential for a new facility to be brought in. But when that didn't materialize, the decision was made to move forward with that particular project. It came with some logistical issues along with changing over to the new system. And we got in contact with the GM, the interim GM, to talk about possible solutions to this, because the way we originally had designed it, we were going to need to shut the facility down for a couple of days to make those switchovers, putting in all the cameras, putting in all the new lines and the new servers, et cetera. Well, we were able to talk with the interim GM, find a solution to it. The changeover was made, didn't have to shut the facility down, and everybody was really happy with the result. We have a new and improved surveillance system. We have an operation that did not see any interruption in revenue generation. And we have opened the door, there's a standing invitation for anybody from SNGE, whether it's the interim GM or the board members themselves, to attend our meetings, as we have an open invitation to this council to attend any of our meetings to learn what we do. Because we're actively looking at what's going on in the gaming facilities just to make sure that they are adequately protected and shielded from anything that would otherwise compromise the integrity of the operations. So we are in the process right now of undertaking a review of our internal controls to update them, to get them to a more modern stance. And we're going to be looking at other changes as we go through to make improvements in other areas. So we're really excited about where we're going. And if you'd like to learn more about it, please attend any of our Gaming Commission meetings.
Representative Cootie.
One of the things that I see, and I don't go to our gaming facility because I hear so many things, and but what I can't understand is a lot of people get terminated when they're doing their jobs, and sometimes that's our problem, because I think that if a person is doing their job, well, then they should be kept, and that improve our working relationship with other staff and everything. You have a compliance officer in the gaming agency. You have compliance officer in the casino. So when I was a regulator, or commissioner really, been both. So when I was a commissioner, what we did was we got together, the enterprise board and the commissioner got together, tried to have it like monthly meetings and communicate. And that's a very important thing to me, is communication. You don't know what one person's doing. You don't know, you can't do what you're supposed to do. But we would get together, and if there was any problem, we would get out together. And the SNGE, if it was their problem, we kind of decide maybe the best way to do whatever. And they would go back and do that. And we were coming along, that way, everybody is all right. And what sometimes people don't understand is that, the tribe owns that casino, and those workers who, isn't doing their job and something goes wrong, they can walk away, but the tribes end up holding the bag because they own the casino. And it's very sad because I hear so many complaints, somebody's not doing their jobs and everything. And that's why I can't understand, when you have compliance officer in the gaming agency, why are they not reporting these issues to you guys so that you can see what's happening, work with the enterprise board? The gaming doesn't control the casino. The agency doesn't control. But like you said, I say we because I'm still commissioner. You are, over the dollars, where it's spent, how it's spent, and make sure that it's not misused. And it has happened many times. So, because when I came back, the casinos, there was only one open because it was under pre-opening agreement. Something went wrong, we had to pay a fee to the NIGC. So my problem has always been explain to people what's going on so they understand. People out here, if they don't know gaming, they're going to start rumors and it gets out of hand. And so my saying is communicate with me and make it clear. And that's what I was trying to do when I got terminated. But, I mean, it was something that needed to be done, and it has to be done. So take a look at your compliance officer, at the gaming department, casino, and gaming agency. I mean, I can't understand how it has come this far. Several people have already been terminated for doing somebody else's work, and that's not right. So that's where it should begin, is with the compliance officers. And so I say, same, do what you have to do, but communicate, please. That's where it's all at. Get it better, get the right employees. You're going to have to weed out some of the employees. It's always that way, no matter what you do and who you're over. So, but I think that it starts with the compliance officers. They know what's going on, what needs to be done, and bring it back to you, Rudy. And you, if you need help, you need decisions from the commissioners, you go to them and sit down and talk about it and get it taken care of. That's the way it operates. So I know gaming I started with gaming with Seminole Tribe of Florida. I've been in gaming ever since then. And things don't stay the same. It changes all the time. And I tell people, I don't know it all. I just know some things that are changing. And those of you that, go to the conference, they have conference and they tell you what our changes are and everything. And like right now, NIGC is having a conference in Miami, Florida, and Sac and Fox Nations is sending me there. And one of the biggest concerns is coming up. And Rudy, I don't know whether you were at one of the conference where they brought out the safety of the the customers, the patients. There's so many shooting going on. You need to put something in place for the safety of your customers and everything. And then the other thing that's lacking in our casinos are customer service. You have to let people know they are important. There are so many things you can do. I know gaming agency doesn't, run the casinos, but you have the advice, what's got to be done and make it better. So, thank you.
Okay, I've seen Representative Watkins, Representative Shaw.
Oh, so I turned it off. Do I have to stand? Oh, thank you. Rudy, I apologize. I cannot pronounce your last name, so
Lorenzana.
I'm not even going to go there. Okay, what I took from that meeting was that I attended also with Representative Dethridge was, I think we need clarification on the code of laws because evidently there was some things taken out before, I guess, a present code of laws that was done years ago. The meetings, there was no set time in meetings set up. And there was clarification of duties of the commissioners. So that's why there's no meeting set for y'all to meet with each other. So how can you do that communication with one another to know what's going on with the board and the commissioners? When there's no meeting set, it's vital that we meet with one another because y'all are our financial advisors to keep us from getting into trouble. You have to meet with one another so that we don't get fined. So how can you not communicate with one another? Because, you know, we just got out of, what's the word? Having to pay off a real long-term, can I ask? Fine, because we didn't do things right. And so this is what the commissioner is for, is your department, is to keep us from getting into that. So we have to have that communication. And so we're going to have some meetings or something set up with the board and with your department. So we have to have something in the code of laws. And I think that's what she was getting at. Where's that say that y'all will meet certain dates, certain times?
We have invited, like Mr. Hummingbird stated, our meetings are open. We meet every second Monday of the month at 2 p.m. at our office location at 600 Lexington Street. We've invited the Katie and the previous GMs, you know, anybody's welcome to come along. I myself, for one, would like to attend a gaming board meeting, but I never know when they occur. Only hear about it after the fact. But if it was set, you know, on a monthly basis, you know, at a set time, I would be there just for, you know, if I have any questions or if they have any questions, I would be present for all of them.
Okay, well, that's what I took out from the meeting, is that we needed to relook at our code of laws and clarification of duties. And also, I understand that you are just our financial advisor to make recommendations, you know, to our board, you know, on just the gaming of our casinos, you know, so. And then I had another question was, do you work closely with our casino general manager?
Yeah, I communicate with her. In fact, here past few weeks have been, you know, on a regular basis via email. There have been times where we have met in person or even by phone, but I do communicate her. If I have any questions, I'll ask her, and same for her. If she has any questions, she'll ask me.
Okay, so that's a good communication, but, you know, I think, you know, you should also relay that with our board also. So thank you for answering my questions.
Just for clarification, you know, you made a statement, something about a long tenure fine. That was over 20 years ago. Of course, it took a long time to continue to pay off what was assessed to the Seminole Nation Gaming Enterprise and ultimately the Seminole Nation. That was over 20 years ago. That's for some folks that may think this is new information or something.
Yeah, Chief, but I think Robin Miller, she stipulated that we just got out of the probation period. There was a probation. Do you remember that date that she gave? We just got through finishing that probation period, or just
the latest settlement agreement for the NOV the nation received back in 2016.
Yes.
We fulfilled all the requirements of that settlement agreement back in December 2019. And in fact, I supplied a letter in y'all's packet with the gaming agency's quarterly report of the NIGC officially putting it in writing that the settlement agreement is terminated, that we had fulfilled all the obligations.
Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you.
Right, and there was no fines in that particular time period. She's talking about time period of fines over 20 some odd years ago, and that's what I was clearing up.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and Representative Shaw?
One of the things that came out, is the other group here from gaming? Anybody here from the other side? Well, I don't see them, but Robin brought it to our attention here on this floor that we were possibly in non-compliance with some of our rules and regulations because they were conflicting. And she said that they had sent the paperwork or some paperwork to your office or to your agency, and over 4 months ago, and nothing's been said or done about it to date. That's what, many of you weren't here that day, especially council representatives should have been here that Saturday, would have heard what she said. She did say we were in non-compliance, and if we're in non-compliance, then And it's been that way for several years, so we need to go back, I don't know how many years, 2019, 2008. It doesn't make any difference what's happening back here right now because NIGC hadn't caught it yet or got onto us yet, or sent us an NOV or anything. So before we get that, I'm not going to request it. I'm going to demand it as a council representative and a representative of the Seminole Nation that you two entities, SNGA, SNGE, both get together, call one meeting. Then y'all can go further with other meetings if you need to, but get this straightened out because I don't want to see, that's our bread and butter right there. Regardless what we say, I know it's a Band-Aid. That's what we said when we started. Well, we should have been healed up by now, but we aren't. So we need to stop bickering. If there's any bickering, I'm getting also, I heard somebody mention employees. We're losing employees. You know, that right there, those employees are our lifespan. And I understand that there's been investigations going on that aren't being completed by your agency. And that people were terminated and are no longer going to get to work for the Seminole Nation because y'all drug your feet so long they had to eat, so they quit and left. So we need, I'm bringing out facts. I don't want to mention names. If you want, I can go get those people. We can go sit down, but I'm not going to sit here and chastise you for that. I'm going to say, get your stuff together and let's get this thing on the road because we need not get an NOV because I don't like you. You don't like me. This bickering has to stop. I wholeheartedly agree with what Mr. Willis says. Well, matter of fact, you've heard it from all of us. Every one of us have essentially said the same thing. But we do need to stop the bickering and start working together. And if you don't like Robin, so be it. You better sit down at the table and you're going to have to eat the same bread she eats. You're going to have to eat the same bologna sandwich that she has. Because you're making us eat the same thing by your negligence and her negligence or whoever he and her and she and all of them are. But we need to stop. Like I said, I'm demanding that you get together, and when you do, please notify our council secretary so these council representatives that are interested in getting things straight, there's some here that just care about themselves, but the thing is, let's get our people together. And when you have that meeting, invite us and be in a large enough spot for everybody to be there. Thank you.
Okay, just another clarification. You know, when the council has the floor and they're speaking and they're using certain terms and terminology, please choose those terms and terminology accordingly, because non-compliance, notice of violations and all that, we have a gallery out here. That's not where we're at. We're not non-compliance, nor is there a notice of violation. The issue was in the area of finances and a specific person not being able to get their gaming license or something. But I'm not going to hash that over, but that was what was mentioned at that particular meeting. But I think, Mr. Hummingbird, you had something you was going to say.
Yes, thank you. To kind of go to both the representatives' points, one of the things that we had initiated in late summer last year was we did start an investigation into an issue of potential noncompliance. One of those turns in the investigation did lead to a suspension of a gaming license for one of the enterprise employees. As that investigation was going on, that employee chose to resign. So while that investigation was still underway, that employee did resign. We did not take a gaming license of that individual. We did not have any hand to play in terms of that person leaving. But that person is but one of a handful of people that have left the enterprise over the last 4 or 5 months that may be the source of some of the questions out there. Now, one of the things that I think maybe going to both your points as far as any bickering or anything like that, or anything about noncompliance, I don't know of any bickering going on. I do know that there's a couple of things that have been brought to the SNGA for review that we have raised questions about, and we have engaged not just our legal counsel to take a look at things, but we've also sought input from other legal counsel as far as our position or our interpretation of the regulations as they exist under the NIGC and as they exist under Seminole law. And those issues that we have raised, we've been trying to go back and forth with SNGE to get this thing resolved, because the main point of this whole issue is about getting an accounting firm engaged to help them with getting their financial reporting back on track. Their financial reporting has not led to any issue of noncompliance as far as SNGA is concerned. Their financial status right now, their financial reporting status, is greatly impacted by the loss of some of the individuals that came at the end of last year and even as recently as a month or so ago. We recognize the need to get good accounting systems in there, and that process is underway, and we hope to have some resolution to that, hopefully even as early as next week. We can get this particular issue resolved and off a high center. Now, as far as going to the question about the change in ordinance or change in laws, I believe I saw some communication along the lines when we were going back and forth over this one contract that there were some changes made to the SNGE's ordinances or their laws that were needing to be addressed, but I'm going to have to leave that to SNGE for them to take care of. There is not a set time within either their laws or the Title 15 that says that we will have to meet on a certain day at a certain time. But that's why I was mentioning earlier, it's important for us to have that kind of dialogue and for us to set those times when we can have that discussion, because I have found whenever we are able to communicate and say, from the gaming regulatory point of view, this is what we have going on, these are the things that we're working on, what do you have? And then we go back and forth. And I think that kind of dialogue helps us move things forward, and it eliminates any questions about whether or not I like you or you don't like me or whatever. I agree with you. I don't have to like somebody to work with them, but so far, I haven't found anybody here that I don't like. I've been able to talk with people, get to understanding of what goes on at the operations and at the gaming agency, and see how we might be able to fix any of these communication issues. But to your point, both of your point, and to Mr. Deathridge's point, I think whenever we are able to get some feedback from the SNGE about our open invitation, when we can sit down, we definitely will let everybody know, because there's nothing for us to hide. It's always in the best interest for everybody, including elected leadership, to know exactly what we have going on. I think that's just proper protocol for any tribal government agency. So definitely want to let you know that, yes, we are addressing some of the outstanding issues that the SNGE needs to have resolved, and we hope to get these things done pretty quick. But we do not have any regulatory concerns right now that would put the SNGE or any of the Seminole Nation casinos at risk. So just wanted to let that be said out there.
And Representative Yesler.
Representative Watkins already beat me to it. I just wanted to reiterate, though, that, extending the olive branch, this is on our end or on your end, just reach out, invite, have a meeting, put everybody on their board, management, yourself, executive, on there once that's planned, and let everybody else know. But that communication, I don't know who's failing and who's lacking. personally, the only bickering I've been hearing or informed of is within inside S&G itself of the lower employees. And those that are, struggling to stay afloat and keep their departments going. But as far as reiterating, meeting set, S&G, I'm sure has bylaws themselves or something where they're supposed to be meeting regularly. So that's something, I don't know if executive can mention that to them but I don't know if they're really aware, some that are in there, that your job, your department, your board is for prevention of the violation. And everything that you're informing them of or bringing out to their attention is preventing us from getting a fine and getting any kind of violation. And that's what your jobs are. And it's not direction of telling me what to do. It's protecting the tribe. But,
Any other questions for the Seminole Nation Gaming Agency? I see none. Gentlemen, I appreciate you being here today. Thank you. Representative Petit.
Sure, I'd like to speak to the treasurer. He's still.
Yeah, he's still here. Yeah. There's Treasurer, Mr. Billy Larney.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yeah.
First off, Mr. Marnie, thank you for providing the council with the letters of security for the monies that we had, the ARPA funds and everything. I appreciate that. But to kind of put these in order, I needed to ask you, they mentioned the Grisso, had been conversation here initially. Okay, my records are correct under TR 2019-03, and this brings into the gaming enterprise also. There should have been collected to date around $1,020,000. And I know you don't have that in front of you in your hand, but if you would, please provide to this council a copy of whatever that amount is and what the expenses have been that's been applied towards it, because I understand it was for the operation and the payments and everything of the Grisso Mansion. So if you could show us what the gross amount collected is and the net amount currently after all the payments and everything been made, which I understand are for not only just the payment on the Grisso itself, but the, I guess the taxes, the property taxes in the area and the insurance that's been, paid each year on that. You could provide us kind of a breakdown of what that is. And then my second question regards, which is a subject that's going to be coming up, is the Phillips property. The information I'd received, I think it was purchased under either TR 2016 42 or 43. I'm not sure which one of those was applicable to it, but the initial deal was it was purchased with certificates of deposits to hold it, as collateral by Security State Bank. And if you could, the only one that I have a copy of, this CD matured back in 2017. You could provide this council with a copy of what the current CDs are, because I'm sure they've either been renewed, and if what that interest rate is, and if the loan had been I understood at one time the loan was to have been renegotiated, and if so, what the difference is between the collection of the money invested in the CDs and that of the current loan on it, so that we can determine what the basis points are, the differences, because most likely we're still losing money on the the investment. But if you could just show us what the net is of that, I'd appreciate that.
Okay.
And do you need me to send you an email or something to make it a little bit more clear?
Yes, once I get all the information, I can put it, in fact, I can put it on the portal, put it on the portal so everyone can have access to it.
Okay, yeah, you just did, like I said, just create a couple of spreadsheets, and that way you can provide it to us. We can look at what the assets are, been accumulated from the, the previous
CDs and everything. Now we're speaking about Phillips property, okay?
Okay,
Whatever we've accumulated on that and everything, and then what the payoff would be on that property also. Because
All right.
the best I can understand, over the years, listening to this council, we've never made any payments on the property itself. We've just paid the interest on the loans. And I'd like to know how much interest money we paid towards that property also.
okay.
You could do that for me also?
Well, yes, there was,
Yes.
there was what they call a line of credit that was signed with that particular banking institution during the last administration. So that was a change that probably didn't come back to the council at that particular time period. And that's the status of that particular loan at this time. It's arranged through a line of credit. So yeah, there is accumulating interest that comes due annually.
I think what I was trying to understand though, hopefully is, when that line of credit was, I guess requested by the previous administration, did it lower the interest rate on the loan? Because the initial loan was a pretty substantial rate.
The treasurer gets you any additional information that you're sharing. Yes.
I'll compile all that information that you requested.
Okay, and if you'd like, I can send you an email and just request what information I needed again to reinforce what I've talked about here in public, okay? Again, thank you for the previous request, okay. I yield.
Okay, I see Representative Watkins' hand. And Representative McCoy after that, okay?
This is to the treasurer. On the ARPA fund spreadsheet, there's still not a column for the year-to-date expenses and encumbrances, which will reflect to us council members what has been spent out of the ARPA funds as a year-to-date remaining balances. We must go through all of these documents to find out this information, which would be easily put on the front page of the spreadsheet. I noticed that there's 4 year-to-date expenses and encumbrances reports that were not attached to the spreadsheet. And that is TR 2021-29, TR 2022-11, TR 2022-22, TR 2022-98, and on TR 2022-19, it appears that they're showing a balance of 225. So that would make a 30 applications received and 525,000 was awarded. Do we expect any more applications? And on TR 2021-79, tribal housing report, there's a reflect balance of 480,000. What was the 20,000 been on since we have not started on any houses?
Okay, now, there should be some encumbrance reports backing that shows what the expenses are, something, all the expenses associated with that.
Of
Encumbrance reports.
Okay, I had to go, this is what I'm talking about. We have to go through all of these encumbrances reports, and then go down through here and figure out what's been spent.
Lunch bell.
Yeah.
Saved by the bell. Okay, let's take the TR 2021-79 tribal housing. Okay, since we haven't started on any houses, then 20,000's been spent out of that fund.
Okay, are you talking about the BIA HIP program?
Yes.
Okay, I talked to procurement on that, because Mr. Johnson had asked me that question. And so I went down and inquired about that, and she said that that was the contractual services. That's really the pre-construction cost. And roughly, right off the top of my head, I think it's like 15,000. And that's for, there's a contract for Larned Construction that has been going out to all these projects and evaluating each one to see what type of, I guess, say, material or cost
that's associated with that to get the program started. So actually, it's a pre-construction cost.
I have a question later on, when I'll address the director on that. So I'll go back to that. But, on that TR 2022-19, we have a balance of 225,000 left on it. And I guess the question would go back to maybe, the assistant chief. If you divide it up with $25,000, we're going to have it looks like 30 applicants has already applied for it. So do we expect any more to apply?
I'll go ahead and answer that. That's, I think it's actually 20 out of county and 20 in county. The council obviously can appropriate additional funds if they so desire to add on so that the applications that's already been taken, there's a ranking as usually done in that particular program. So if, if the council so desired, they could place additional funding into that program and then just go according to the ranking. And there were obviously a lot more than 30 to 40 applications that came in for that assistance.
Chair, are we talking about the housing or are we talking about the churches on 19?
Are you talking about the churches or
Churches.
HIP? You still on HIP?
Yeah, I want to get back to the
Okay.
director on the housing. And I wanted to ask that we go into executive session when we go to the directors on the housing because of some personal issues.
Well, right now we're in the area of committees, and
Yes.
most of the questions you're asking has nothing
It's
to
got to
do
do
with
with the
committees.
treasurer's report. Yeah, I'm going to get back. So this has got to do with the treasurer's report. But I have not applied. How many do you think that has not applied that you expect?
I can't answer that because I don't know what their thoughts are or if they want to utilize it or what.
Well, you had a plan earlier when you proposed a plan for this. You had about 25 or 30 at the beginning. So that's why I thought the 30 has already applied.
They're aware of it. I've spoken to some of the churches that have not applied, that are eligible for it, and they're aware of the funds being, and they have not still applied for various reasons. There's reasons why some are not applying, and that's their own perspective of why they're not applying, not the councils and not the executive office.
Okay, so we did not set a deadline for them to apply for these funds?
No.
Okay, so we might, okay. That was my only question then, is, to the treasurer. I yield the floor.
Okay, Representative McCoy, I believe you is next, and we are right at the noon hour, so.
It's quick. It's
Representative
quick.
McCoy, yes.
For the treasurer, I just wondered, do we have an amount of how much we spent at Intertribal since we hosted it? And I saw that there were some good goodie bags, and so just how much did it come to? It can just be sent in an email. You don't have to tell me the number here,
Yeah,
but,
you can send it to you.
okay. And this doesn't have to do with the treasurer, but I yield the floor for the treasurer, but can I just make a statement? Chair, is that okay? It's just a request from my band.
Okay, go right ahead.
Okay. My band was wondering, is there any way that we can either put it in the newspaper or on social media? Like, a lot of our programs have moved to different buildings or facilities, and so, can there be some kind of map diagram or just an updated list that says where they're located now? And then is there something that you guys maybe change phone numbers or something? Like, so maybe a directory. It's just hard when they come to the place they're used to and it's been moved and they don't know where that's been moved to. So they asked if it could just be put in the newspaper. So I just wanted to pass that on.
Yes, and that is being addressed as far as locations and any associated new numbers that may have come down. So some of it's being done on social media, the tribal Facebook site, the tribal website, And I'm also directing the directors, if they deal with clients on a regular basis, and there's a change of numbers, to make sure that those clients or those patrons that use those services also are given the new numbers if there's any. So, yes, thank you for that. Okay, it is a little bit past the noon hour, and we still got a fairly lengthy agenda. And Representative Cootie.
Chief, is there a wild onion dinner at Holenville? I heard it was going to be, but I haven't heard anymore.
I can't answer that. They usually have one this time of year on the first Saturday of March, so I'm not sure.
I thought maybe somebody might have
Yeah.
heard.
There is, somebody said, at the Holdenville Community Center. They usually have a big one over there. Well, price of wild onions has gone up, well, $17. Not that one, but I've seen some. Okay, well, what we'll do, what is the desire of the council? Say about 1:30 or so? Yes, I'll get to her. About 1:30 or so to convene back after lunch? Yes.
I come before you, and it's on Seminole Nation Tribal 2023-11, and it's a resolution to accept me or deny me to continue on the Princess Committee. And I would like to ask the council if they would think about it, and if it passes that I continue on, that'll be great. If not, that'll be great. But I did request through a letter to the chief that I would like to continue on until September 30th of this year. Also, I requested that Regina Langford, our treasurer of the Seminole Nation Princess Committee, be extended to September 30th also. And we'll give people time to apply for these positions. But, you know, she's great in her job as treasurer of our committee. And I would greatly appreciate it that if you all would consider both of us and up to that deadline. And she's been helping us for the past 3 months. So I ask of you, Widow.
Okay, if there's no Representative Coleman.
Chief, I believe that there's a fundraiser at the North Community Building during this period of time where we might be able to get some lunch. I
Yes,
think it was advertised on the Tuesday radio program.
yes.
So I just thought I'd
I
remind
think I recall
everybody.
that as well. Yes, there's lunch being served over there as a fundraiser, so support all these. I appreciate the directors coming, the committees coming. Directors that you have still business on the agenda, you will need to come after the lunch break.
Who's
1:30.
Who's having that over there? What I thought.
Okay, till 1:30 then. There's no objection. All right.
Give me some food over at the community.
Reasons like that.
Whoa, this is hot. Hello. All right, if the council will start taking their seats, we'll call the session back into order. Well, it's a few minutes after 1:30, and I'm sure that others are still trying to make their way back here to the Mixed Commission, but we'll go ahead and get started in this afternoon's session. We are still on reports of committees. I know there's a title under the committees that says the PPP and the McGirt-Strobel case. It's been recommended both by the AG and a few council representatives that we may go into executive session on that particular topic. And if we are, it's really up to you. It's not up to me. If we do that, but if we do that, we can, if the council desires, they can put it at the end. That way the folks in the gallery won't have to leave at this moment when we get into it in a few minutes. Is there any objection of the council to go ahead and put that report at the end of all business, so that if we go into executive session, it won't affect the gallery any? There's no objection to that. Then this item, AG investigation of PPP and short report regarding the McGirt-Strobel filing by the AG and BCR, we'll place that at the end of the agenda. Representative Narkemy?
With all due respect, before we make that decision, either put it on the end or not, we should probably make sure we have a quorum and call our roll.
I did go to Wewoka, but I can count. And when I will, I will be calling the secretary to call the roll here in a moment. I'm just making an announcement.
Yeah.
Okay. Secretary, we're coming back in a session. Go ahead and call the roll so we can. Thank you, though, for the reminder, Representative Narkemy.
Leetta Simpson.
There you go.
Hello?
There you go. It's on.
Hello?
Just turn her up a little bit, please, gentlemen. Turn her up just a little bit. Thank you.
Yes.
Can hear it.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Leetta Sampson. Anthony Conley. John Narkemy.
Here.
Rena Tiger.
Here.
Anastasia Pittman. Terry Edwards. Nancy Bixico. Ida Gonzalez. Tamara Downey. Leon Petit.
Here.
Joseph Billy.
Here.
Dolores Harjo,
Here.
Karen Fulbright,
Here.
Ann Borba, Stephanie Lambert,
Here.
Zena Yeslith,
Here.
Lottie Cootie, Marilyn Moore, Ella Coleman,
Here.
Shirley Watkins,
Here.
Wayne Shaw,
Here.
Tiffany Thomas,
Here.
Catherine McCoy,
Here.
Charlie Hill,
Here.
Tiffany Cully, Danita Harjo,
Here.
Willis Dethridge,
Here.
Desiree Emerton.
Here.
I have 19 present, 9 absent.
Okay, with the count of 19 present, what was that absent again? I'm sorry.
9 absent. and
Okay, 19 present and 9 absent. We do have a quorum, so we'll still address that as far as the consensus of the council. Thank you for that reminder, Representative Narkemy. Right under the reports of the committee is the AG investigation of the PPP, and a short report on McGirt and Strobel. There is a request to go into executive session, both by the AG and several council representatives. So as we said before, we can move this to the end of the agenda so that the people in the gallery won't have to vacate until that time, if it does pass to go into executive session. Is there any consensus, any objections to that? Okay, if there's no objections to that, Representative Watkins?
No objection to that. I just wanted to hear from the director of ARPA HIP before we move on.
Okay, and open session? Okay. Okay, this,
Not in open session. Executive session.
at the end of the agenda, when we go into executive
Whatever-
session?
Yes, whatever the council desires.
She wants to address the HIP director in executive session as well, which is the community development director that's over the HIP program. She wants to address the director of the community development, which is Mr. Mike Johnson with the HIP program.
In executive session?
There's some delicate matters pertaining to resolution that we passed. That on TR 2021-79. That
What's
has some
the,
delicate matters.
what's the desire of the council? I know that this AG investigation and PPP, it's a consensus to move that towards the end of the agenda to go into executive session. Do you also want to put on the HIP director in executive session as well? Is there any objections to that? No objections? Okay, Mr. Johnson, you're going to be hanging with us throughout the rest of the afternoon. Representative Shaw?
I want to, have we got an arts and culture committee?
Do we have somebody representing that committee here?
Yeah.
No. Not that I know of that's here at this time.
Oh, I've got one here. He's on the board. but he
Tiffany,
said
you on that committee?
Yes, but we've never had a meeting since
Okay.
I've been sworn in.
Yeah.
So, you know, the reason I'm asking is getting a lot more and more prevalent that our Seminole Nation Museum It's called Seminole Nation Museum. Why are they selling things in there that are not, they're calling it, because it's coming through there. A lot of people coming from a long way. I had a guy from out of state, let's put it that way, tell me that he drove all the way just, not just for that, but he was vacationing and he come through, he wanted to go see the Seminole Nation Museum. I went in there and I bought some stuff and come to find out it wasn't even made by Seminoles or Indians at all. It was made by people like me. He said he was non-Indian. So he said that, why are y'all allowing that? I thought y'all had from what he said, he understood after he talked to people, that we got a copyright on the name Seminole Nation. Why are y'all allowing an outside entity to use that to draw grants and stuff? I said, I don't know. I said, all I can do is come council meeting, I'll ask. But I've been asking this question for quite some time, for several years now. This, Lewis, that I have asked the, why are we allowing Seminole Nation Museum to go apply and get grants on behalf of the Seminole Nation? Because that if those are grants that are to be administered, they're not coming through this general council.
Yeah, and that's not the case. I don't know where the information's coming from. Any nonprofit organization can actually apply to certain grants, especially if they're under the auspices of a museum. So for that to happen, we would have to agree to that as a nation. And as you said, it would come before this council. But I don't believe that they're applying as the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, but applying as a Seminole Nation Historical Society, which is, the name of the historical society. But we're not signing off on any grants that I know of.
Well, they were talking about, it was mainly, his wife was talking about patchwork that she bought, not Seminole made. Her exact words were, that white woman was down there, I seen her sewing some of it. And I asked her if she was a Native American, and she said no. So why are y'all allowing that stuff? So I just happened to look down here earlier, because I didn't even look through this, all of it. The arts and crafts, arts and culture.
Yeah, I don't know everything that they have down there as far as how they do their purchasing and such, but I do that for the most part. What they have that are patchwork items are made by Seminoles. Now, know very many people outside of Seminoles that actually do that, but there are some protections under the federal law, the Indian Arts and Crafts Act, that require authenticity to be placed on there. And any organization throughout the United States cannot place that it's Indian made if it's not Native American Indian made.
Well, not only that, but you just got to understand nonprofit. They must be making a profit. They've got to be making a profit down there. They're not nonprofit.
Sure they are. Yeah.
And if they're going to use our name, I think they need to go through our BCR commission and get themselves licensed.
They definitely are non-profit 501(c)(3). Lottie, do you yield the floor, Wayne?
I'm finished. I'll yield the floor.
Okay, Lottie? I'm sorry, Representative Cootie?
Talk about patchwork, and we use patchwork here. People, apprentices wear them and everything. But as far back as I can remember growing up, we didn't have patchwork in this tribe. It's originated from Florida. So a few times that we've had pageant with our princesses, and then we're in skirts and stuff, talking about Klan and this is that and all that. And the Florida Seminole wants to know where that came from and everything. And I said, the patchwork came back up here when the missionaries started going to Florida. And I make patchwork skirts, but I learned that when I was in Florida. And so most of the patchwork, we claim this is our clan and this is how I like this and all that, but it's not really true. It's not our clothing. It's not traditional or anything. So we need to go over a little bit of history with our patchwork, where it came from, when it came from, how it began, whatever. And I know, talking with an elderly in Florida, when I went to Florida, that's the first time I ever saw patchwork, and I was amazed. But I asked her, and she said the reason the patchwork started was this one lady was working on a skirt, and she was thinking, how can I do this? You know, how can I change it and everything? And she looked up and she saw a telephone pole, and she thought, I wonder if I could make that. And she patterned her patchwork after the telephone pole. And it's from that point on, they were just simple patchwork and everything, and now it got intricate. So we need to let our tribal members know here that where it came from, how we got it, and everything. But like I said again, when Seminole from Florida, they come, we say, this is what it is and what it is. You know, they don't know that. And I asked another elderly lady, is there any such thing as Klan? And they said no, because one lady was in Oklahoma City, had her stand. And one lady walked up to her and said, I want you to make me a tiger patchwork, my Klan. And she said, you want it spotted or striped? One, which is it? So she got mad at her. She said, but he said, I don't know such thing as that. So I think we need to start teaching our family or the members here that where it came from. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
I think there's some association type formats that's developed over the years, even in Florida in the present day. You know, there are some designs that look like a chicky, or it might look like a panther or whatever. And if it looks like a panther, matter of fact, I had some Florida Seminoles that, said, are there some Oklahoma Seminoles that can make this particular design? I said, I don't know that I've seen that here in Oklahoma, but I'm sure that they could make it if they see, how it's laid out. So some of them actually want some of our people to make some designs and send it back down there. And that was just 2 weeks ago. But there's association, and I understand exactly what you said, because Betty Jumper came up here and said the same thing many, many years ago. Okay, let's get back on track here. Representative Watkins?
Can you hear me? Okay. This is to the executive office. I understand that there's some grant writers, and I would like to see that the grant writers, the team that's been put in place, write a grant for all the members of the Seminole Nation for storm shelters or safe rooms, especially we're in the storm season. I think Nikki Douglas, that he had worked through FEMA at one time, but Seminole County got left out. And so especially the Seminole County tribal members, see if the grant writers can write some grants with that.
A lot of people come to the council long time after they had it set on. I've been around here 30 years, both on the council, band chief, and now in the executive office. Bethel Acres, when that storm came through several years ago, destroyed all those homes in that area. FEMA declared that area, the disaster. And it was people within a certain location of that perimeter of that actually got those storm shelters. So it wasn't so much that Seminole County got left out, that those funds was appropriated for the area that was devastated due to that particular storm. But Chief Palmer wants to say something.
During the previous administration, the hazard mitigation plan expired. It's a 5-year plan. It's been revised and submitted to FEMA for approval. That's pending going through that process now. So at this point, we cannot apply for FEMA grants, Homeland Security grants. It's something that I've worked on for about 8 months to get that in a new format and up to date. And so until that goes through that process and gets approved, we can't apply for anything under that funding agency. So we're probably going to miss this cycle.
But we do look for that to be approved soon, and some of the grant writers did help during this process. So, it's not that we're not seeing it, and hope to go after some of those mitigation available grants. We just got to put things in process where we're back in where we can actually apply for them. So that's going to happen. But it wasn't so much the Seminole County got left out. That was a Bethel Acres tornado that went through there, tore up a lot of that area. Yes.
Was that you just got through talking, Assistant Chief, was that including the out-of-county area or just in-county
It's for the Seminole Nation.
for all tribal members?
The hazard mitigation plan is for the Seminole Nation reservation,
So in-county
for the reservation
reservation, okay.
boundaries. Yeah, we can't write a hazard mitigation plan when we don't have jurisdiction over the outlying areas.
Okay.
And that's
But is it possible, though, to write a grant for all tribal members?
depends on what the prerequisites are, you know, if it's required within the jurisdiction or if it's taken in consideration your total enrollment certified count. But for the most part, most federal programs, as we know, we can't live by federal funds alone. We need some supplemental income coming from our economic development portfolio so that things of this nature can take place. That's always been the situation with the Seminole Nation in the area of federal funds. So as we establish and position ourselves to proceed and progress in the area of economic development, that's where other tribes a lot of times can gain and get exactly what they want, because they use the federal dollars, but then they add additional tribal dollars in to help get exactly what they desire. But we'll put that down. I'm writing it down. If there's the availability to go after things of this nature, you bet we will.
Yes, please.
We'll take a look at that.
Thank you. I yield the floor.
Representative Petit?
I need to stand, or can I go ahead?
No.
It's a simple question here, and I probably just need the assistance Representative Fulbright. And this should have been addressed earlier during our meeting minutes, but the AG had stated that they could find no resolution or anything that regulated the filming and stuff like that was taking place. And she, later on, after Representative Shaw made some statements, she said that she sponsored a resolution to that effect. Do you recall that number or when it was made? Okay, so.
You mean if we're supposed to be streaming live the council meeting?
Well, I just would like to see the resolution see what the language is.
Yeah, we'll find it. We'll find it. It is there, though.
Okay, well, I just want to be concerned to make sure that it's been updated to meet, today's standards as far as protecting people's privacy rights, because that's such an issue now that I want to make sure that our resolution, in the event that it needs amendment, that was my concern.
We can have the council secretary do a search for that particular resolution unless the AG has already searched and wasn't able to find it. But there's language that is germane to that we have to be filming. And someone told me before we started the meeting, the audio is on, so what everybody was saying before we started our meeting, they were hearing what you had for lunch, in other words. So.
Well, that was just a concern of mine. When we approved the minutes, I wanted to go back and address that because I think it was Mr. Eller had made the statement there that, he couldn't find a resolution or anything affecting that. And I thought, well, when she said that, I thought, then has the council passed one? And if it needed amended or updated, then let's do that to meet today's standards.
And it had also been tried to rescind that resolution in the past, which it failed.
That's true.
Not
that
stream the meetings. They were trying to get out of that during the last administration, and it failed. So,
well,
and there should be two that pertain to that.
Like I say, simply because he made the statement he couldn't find anything, I thought, let's clear there and find it and let us have an opportunity to review it. And then that way we can make
sure. Let's continue on.
I yield.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going to move to new business. So we're in new business. This is TR 2023-01. Representative Petit.
Tribal Resolution 2023-01, a resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma assigning all rights, excluding ownership and obligations to an approximately 53.5 acre tract on the southeast corner of the property known as the Phillips property to the Seminole Nation Division of Commerce.
You make
Do I
that
hear a
motion?
second? I'll make the motion.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Okay, second by Representative Sampson. We're in discussion. This is the resolution just now introduced. Any discussion on this matter? Do you want to know where it's at, where it's located?
Nico,
Representative Dethridge.
I've got a concern about this 53.5 acres when they got 570 acres south of here and they can't complete it. So I'm losing faith in their ability to complete a project, just as a point of order on that.
Mr. Getz, do you want to comment on anything? No, not at this time. I see Representative Narkemy, then Representative Cootie. Representative Narkemy.
Okay, in the resolution, it states that the first intended land out in the Bow Lakes property is on hold for 2 years due to land preparation, correct?
Oh, could you come on up to the front, since you represent the Division of Commerce today?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. The land that was originally intended out on the Bow Lakes property is on hold for 2 years for the land to be prepared to house bison, correct? Correct. This land that you're proposing now, has that gone through similar?
No, that piece of property, our chairman of the board thinks that that will be acceptable for grazing rights, unlike the property, the 570 acres south of the mission.
But has it gone through the motions of having the council, Buffalo Bison Council come out and have a look at it?
No.
Okay, thank you.
It's a much better property. It was a working farm and ranch. At one time, the meadows on there are grade A meadows, mini ponds, that kind of thing.
A similar, along the same lines, I know that we are going to make, to take extensive care to place safeguards, fences around this area. But are we aware of any other similar sized areas that have a herd of bison this close to populated areas?
I am not aware. I don't know, Chairman, Mr. Petit may. I don't know, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Pittman? Oh, Representative Cootie, then Representative Pittman, okay?
Okay. At one time, didn't they talk about doing that very same thing south of here? The property? Y'all were going to use that for that?
Yes.
How many herds are we talking about? How many buffaloes are we talking about?
I think eventually we'd like to have at least 200.
200?
Yes, ma'am.
She's
On that
speaking
Phillips
at this
property?
location.
Okay, this location, no more than 12.
Then why don't you, continue with that project that they started in south of here?
We are, but
But how long
currently
is it gonna
we're behind 7 other tribes to get a burn. There are 7 other tribes in front of us.
How are we going to acquire the buffaloes, and how much is it going to cost to renovate the land and all that. Where's the money going to come from?
Okay, the BIA. It's a BIA
BIA
grant.
for all of it?
Yes,
No
ma'am.
matching?
No matching. And as far as the buffalo, the ITBC will give us the buffalo for free, guarantee that they're disease-free, and they will transport them free of charge.
I just think we need more businesses on that property than we do buffaloes, as far as I'm concerned.
This is the backside property, Representative Cootie, sometimes referred to as the hay meadow, and it's not the frontage property near the highway. We have 313 acres there
Where?
at the
Phillips property?
Phillips property.
300? I thought it was only 90, so 90 some odd.
The frontage property near the highway, that's not what's being proposed here. It's the back
But
pasture.
I
land.
still say we need to start with the south of here. I yield the floor.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Representative Watkins?
The cost on raising a buffalo, I looked it up and my figures that I researched showed $800 per buffalo per year. Do you have any figures to back up you have other than that?
No, we just, we use the ITBC as our resource, and we can apply for grants that cover all the operating costs.
But that's not guaranteed,
No.
okay, because there's going to be vet bills associated with that.
We can, the inoculations cost $4 per shot, and we can get either the OSU or Texas A&M vet school to give the shots for free.
And I understand when I did my research that buffalo is not a tame animal. So
Correct.
the fencing, if we're looking at trying to put them close to a highway, that fencing is going to have to be tremendously good, or we're going to be liable getting them on that highway, you know.
Yes, ma'am.
That was another concern when I did the research.
Yes. So the ITBC recommends 8-foot T-posts spaced no more than 8 feet apart, with 5 strands of wire going up to a minimum of 5.5 feet. Plus, we plan to put H braces in at all the corners, all the elevation changes, and on both sides of the fence.
How many buffalo did the BIA or whoever's given that, how many are they expected to give us?
Well, we don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe Mr. Petit can answer that.
Well, we're a little premature right now on getting that because we have to develop somewhat what y'all defined as a feasibility study. That NRCS, they would recommend the NRCS come inspect the property. They would give us a recommendation. They have persons that they call IT, which they're not, you know, this kind of IT people, but they would evaluate the property, evaluate what NRCS says to them that this may sustain one animal per 10 acres or 2 acres. Then they'll take that and put that together for us and give us a recommendation somewhat in a feasibility study, but we can bring that back to y'all on what we can put up there. I couldn't tell you right now how many that would support up there. The only thing I can tell you is BIA and NRCS both told us that because of the proximity of Seminole County, you're not going to have one per acre. I mean, it's going to be one per, I would think at a minimum 6 to 8 acres, probably in this area. But it's different up north there where this property is than it is down south. That's all that I can give you a recommendation on right now. What they told me is when I visited with them, we toured this property south, is what they were looking at that point. But they said that can change once they complete the barn program and get that property where it's more feasible for raising cattle or raising bison.
Okay, and I understand that we only get one calf per buffalo in a year. So, and then we have to wait like 2 or 3 years before we can see one calf. So if they're not a fast breeding. And so we're going to look at a long-term range before we can even see a really good head of buffalo.
Correct.
So, this is going to be really not something for revenue purposes. So,
Well, it'll be long-term revenue.
but
Yeah, so we have to, wait until the third generation.
third
before we can-
generation.
Yes.
But how
before we-
much expenses are we looking at before we reach that? That's what I'm looking at.
Right, and
Yeah,
again,
so-
we have to, refer to the ITBC to give us that information.
Okay. And then I had another, what I was looking at is we're going to have to put up hay to feed these animals through the winter months. And,
Or
what are we
purchase
gonna-
hay.
The barn to put this hay in, and then the cost of hay has really skyrocketed. So I
Yes, ma'am.
yield the floor. Thank you.
Okay.
Just to comment a little bit what Representative Petit was speaking about NRCS. Knowing this was coming to the council, I mean, I asked some of the same concerns that you council representatives are talking about as well with the chairman of Division of Commerce. But what I did do is we were already having the NRCS come on another issue. So they already took a look at this land and walked this land. And we know that cross fencing and potential watering and those kind of things are something that they already have told us that they can assist in the NRCS. So they just was here last week. They walked that land. Did that because they were already here, on another issue, and they took the time to go ahead and take a look at this property as well. This property that they're speaking of is actually kind of behind the Children's Museum, but way behind, I would say an eighth of a mile, maybe, eighth of a mile past the
Yeah, I think
border.
there's 20 acres between the two.
Yeah, there's about 20 acres between, at least 10 acres between the two. But the thing of it is this, it's below in a valley. So there's a big hedge and a big a hill that separates it from that area. And also there's a valley, there's a creek actually that separates it on the north end. And then there's a lot of trees and brush that separate it from being viewed from Ideal Street. So with proper fencing, it could possibly work. Yeah. Who had the floor at the time? You, Ms. Representative Watkins. Seemed like Representative Pittman was next, and I'll get back to you, Representative Goody. Representative Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you tell us if we're 3 generations into the bison, are we expanding the 53 acres to 500 acres?
No, the 53 acres is just really kind of set aside. The 570 acres is 2 miles south of here.
So we're not even using that?
Not until it's ready to go.
Okay.
Correct.
But when it's ready to go, are we using it for bison?
Yes.
Or are we using it for
Yes.
extra commerce?
So
Okay.
we're waiting on an initial burn. We're behind 7 other tribes to get that initial burn. And then we have to burn it a second time.
Okay, that's the clarity that I wanted to see, the difference in the property that Representative Cootie was talking about. Do we have in writing, or has anyone contacted you about opposition to the bison being there behind the museum?
No.
So it's already zoned for agriculture
Thank you.
and has been for almost 100 years. Representative Cootie, then Representative Coleman.
About how much care does the buffalo require?
I think they're, once you get them inoculated and get them fenced in, they're pretty good at taking care of themselves. We will have a full-time person to care for them, but just kind of stay out of the way, really.
The person that you hire will have knowledge of taking care of buffaloes?
If not, we will use one of the nearby tribes to train them.
And how long is that going to take?
Can't be sure.
Okay.
Well, this project came under the last administration, and it's just a continuation of trying to accomplish what, was passed by the council, back then. Council representatives went and seen the Ioways. The Ioways have a small herd, and They didn't seem to be having no issues. They didn't have no major fencing as far as metal fencing, 2-inch piping fencing. They didn't have that. They pretty much had what you just described earlier. But let's see, Representative Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Gates, you said that you all were looking at a herd between 10 and 12 for this site by the Jasmine Range.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And within the content of the tribal resolution and allied documents, there is a summary in there regarding Mr. Petit's willing to volunteer to ask neighboring tribes if they would be willing to donate some of their excess buffaloes. Mr. Petit, have you had an opportunity for a preliminary survey of some of the neighboring tribes, and what have you found out?
Fortunately, I attended a meeting in December. I think it's Quapaw, Oklahoma. There's several tribes up in that area. And there was a gentleman while we were standing on one of those floating ramp or something. Their tribe is in that area there. And he said a lot of times they have surplus. They're just looking for other tribes to get them to. And to be honest with you, I didn't even write his name down because I didn't have pen. But I would know him if I was saying, it's quite an organization getting formed here in Oklahoma. Several tribes have started this business. And we're all kind of beginning, and we all started at the same time. We're all about the same boat too. We haven't got much done. It's been 4 years, but we went through COVID, so that's been a lot of it. And ITBC has went through some, position changes too. And so we've each lost people that are IT people to help us do that. And then, like I said, then coming upon the burn and doing some of those things, we switched to BIA to get some assistance from them. But between the BIA, the NRCS, and the ITBC, my hope is that we can do the funding of this without coming to the nation for any money for any of the infrastructure or anything. That was my hope from the beginning, was try to do it all through grants. I mean, it's going to take some time. That's just.
Okay, so right now you don't have any possibilities right at the moment. Like I say, everybody started from the same place and trying to get their buffalo herd up. And
be honest with you, I wasn't going to be premature in going and trying to get people to promise us some property, some bison, and us not have property ready to hold it. I just think that's a little bit premature right now to do. Once we get some things up where we can handle them and storm or fenced in and stuff like that, then go to those people. And I think that, I don't know how many of y'all around here know the Chickasaw that's in here, what I call the Platte National Park. They had about 13 or 16 of them surplus that they needed to get rid of. If we would have had the property ready down south, we could have already started that. And, it's just one of those, it's just going to take some time to put it all together. But, I mean, but as they're right, it takes so long to generate, not being smart out, but if we could have got started on this back in pre-COVID in 2019 when we started, we would be to that third generation already. But there's just been so many obstacles in the way that, I just can't get anything going. But, and to Mr. Getz and the chair chiefs, recommendations on that. That was one of the things that I would hope that we could have made eventually, once we got it established south, is to have it where it would be a destination point to come see them. Whether, now, unfortunately, with the roadway down to that property, that might have been a hazard to get to. This property up here where this is at, being close to the Moran Museum stuff, if once again, we're going to have to develop some roadway to get to that. But that's one of the things that I look for in the future to do. But I mean, these things aren't going to happen overnight, trust me. I mean, it's just going to take some time. And like you said about the burns, the BIA said it might take 2 to 4 burns, 2 burns at least, 4 years probably, because they want to do them every other year. And like you said, we're already 6 or 7 other tribes behind right now to get that done. So once again, other obstacles there.
okay, thank you, Mr. Petit.
Thank
and
you.
Mr. Getz, you on the floor.
Representative Hill? Yes.
Steve, got a question for you. I mean, we hear all about these things coming in the future, okay? Two administrations ago, David talked about having wild horses and butterflies down there at Bowlegs. It never existed, okay? I guess the wild horses ran off, all right? And now we're talking about buffaloes, all right? First, it was 3 to 4 buffaloes being given to us by other neighboring tribes. Now I hear it's going to be like 12. Later on down the road, we won't probably be here when we get like 200 buffaloes or whatever. Has there ever been an option about if we should get anywhere up to 12 buffaloes, if we could put them at the winery that we own already? Since Grisso was just sitting there, you know, falling apart, the winery, you want that to be a tourist attraction. You have highway right there. Not only that, if you look at it, you've got an administration building there. You've got a hangar there that you can store the hay for the winter. And adjacent to it, you've got like a garage with 4 doors. We get 4 buffaloes, they all could have a house of their own. And not only that, we got 2 to 3 ponds on that. I believe we got 10 acres of land there. And the winery, which we call winery, it never produced. We can just pull those wine roots out. We've got grazing land there and everything. It would accommodate the buffaloes, okay? The wine, try to put something behind some trees and scrub behind the Children's Museum. There's an old dirt road that's supposed to be the road leading up to the tourist attraction, okay? You've got a widening on it. I believe they call that a Wrangler Boulevard. Here, this is adequate, feasible. So my question to you, Steve, would there be an option that we could maybe?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Absolutely not. It's not feasible, nor is it adequate. And it's 10 acres with the hill that's already has the ability to grow food. The food initiatives is what would be more appropriate for that property that's ready. It's got its own water well. And no, that land is not appropriate for buffalo.
So it's just going to sit there and?
No, it's not going to sit there. But like I said, we have a food initiative that we hope to bring before the council at the June quarterly meeting that will incorporate those areas there of what was formerly the winery. I'm just saying that piece of land. It's not because you said it, Charlie. It's just not adequate for buffalo. You know, it doesn't have a meadow or anything. You know, that's nearby. Representative Etheridge.
Your resolution mentions potential location of a tribal park found on tribal park.
I'm going to refer to the chief on that. I think our chairman has been in discussions with the chief about that being a possible nature preserve.
Actually, anyone that knows anything about the Children's Museum knows they have over 40,000 patrons that come through there that are children, and maybe even more by now. Those figures are from several years ago. But this property is between a 10-acre tract and a bluff. And on that bluff, if it was developed, it could be a overlook to see the buffalo and below in the meadow. If it was developed properly and correctly, it could actually be something that would be an attraction where people would come, not exploitation, but something that was cultural in that location, possibly our own gift shop located there. You're not going to get all 40,000 of the kids to come over, but you'll get a big percentage of them to come on over to the property because you can get there by walking to look over the overlook. That's the conversation that I had several years ago. It's nothing substantial right now. You know, I worked in tourism when I was among the Seminoles down in Florida. Do I think I know what can and possibly will work? Of course, I think I do. So would that work? Well, of course it would work. But it's something that could come later. But this is all about the buffalo right now. It's not about that particular project, okay? Representative Shaw?
I'd like to ask, you said it's going to be away from the Children's Museum, and then again, you say it's going to be by the Children's Museum. I've raised a bunch of kids. How many of my kids would go out there and throw rocks at them and get them mad and try to tear it down? And the buffalo will tear a fence down, I'll tell you that right now. How many kids, that's my problem is the liability of those children being that close to those wild buffalo. Oh yeah, they're tame, you can walk out among them. But my kids are mean, I'll just tell you the truth, they'd be throwing rocks at them.
There's no way they could reach them from, even if it was developed as a.
They'll climb through a fence in a heartbeat, my kids will. These kids in Seminole are no different than them kids from Cornwall. If they can antagonize a buffalo or a cow or a bull, they do it. And like I said, the liability on it, that's the only thing that scares me more than.
It definitely was a concern of mine as well.
Having an overlook and looking at them and everything. Down at, talking about down at Sulphur, I saw that they got the 4-inch pipes with, what do you call them? Little 2x2 block, heavy duty wire. I seen a buffalo go through there and tear up a car. We just happened to be sitting there watching it. I wish I'd had, well, if even I had a phone back then, I couldn't have filmed it because I don't know how to do that. But anyway, I wish I could have seen it. And then you look at, study Yellowstone Park. How many people are killed in Yellowstone Park each year because of stupidity? They get out there and they think they can stand in front of a wild buffalo. Then they get run over. Their cars are tore up. People are, in general, that aren't born in the country, don't know nothing about this kind of livestock, are stupid. Because, not really stupid, they're really ignorant because nobody's ever told them you can get hurt by that buffalo. So that needs to be part of your consideration when you vote. But I just wanted to bring that point to you. That is my concern with the liability of those children. They say children, teenagers. I got teenagers down there. And like I said, I know what they do and what they can do. So, and my kids are. I don't think they're any different than anybody else's kids. They're just mischievous as they can be.
Yeah, this is, like I said, this is a continuation of several years ago when the buffalo first came up. I'm a proponent of cattle myself, but but it is what it is. I mean, it passed with flying colors, the last, because everybody was buffalo happy at the time, I suppose.
They sure tamed down a lot if you'll
But I tell
raise
you,
cattle over there.
regardless of where you have the buffalo, I mean, there's always going to be a chance that somebody could cross a fence.
You can take breed cows and buffalo together, and you have a beefalo.
I think
they're a lot more docile than a buffalo. So
they are.
We need to be looking at that. We can do that. If them kids want to look at what looks like a buffalo, we got the white-faced buffalo down here.
Yeah. But anyway, okay, let's continue on. Representative Sampson?
You know, I understand everybody's concerns. I hear you. But we have to start somewhere, I believe. And this buffalo deal, if we get it started, just think and imagine, look at our future. And we can put in reinforcements and security around this place where the children could not possibly get in. I'll put up a daycare and take care of your kids, Wayne. You know, we kind of can in that way. But what I'm saying is, we need to move forward instead of sitting here pondering about things, because I'm sure when they invented the car, they said, oh, somebody's going to get killed, somebody's going to run over. We need to move forward as a nation, and that would be such an icon for the children in a positive way to see that these are Seminole buffalo. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you. I yield the floor.
We have a motion and a second. I think we've kind of hashed this over a little bit, heard different points of view. So there's a motion and a second. Any other discussion for the question it's called for? Representative Narcomi.
Now, this is a silly thought, but I have to put it out there anyway. For this small herd, are we looking at a mix of males and females?
Hey,
Are we looking at a mix
I
of
placed
male
it
and
on the
female?
agenda because it was a very much of a request, Mr. Petit.
Okay, with the information I've gathered from ITBC, you may not want to start out 1-1 because they've always indicated that you want to keep the males separated from the females. And I'm speaking mainly about down south. You know, you'll want to divide them off, pasture them off, keep your females in a certain area, then at certain times of the year, you bring them together. Okay. Up here, I would think if you use this property up here for basically a display area and stuff, you would probably want to just keep all the females up through there and, you know, the smaller ones, because you don't want them to get into an argument there on the, and I think the way they described that property, of course, I haven't seen that property in probably 5 years. It's, as he's described, it's kind of remote out through there, but we could also take that, you know, and build your display area away from the people where you can see it, because there's a pretty big valley down through there. And if you can keep them contained in that area, then, you know, it's no different than any other kind of animal you're going to have. I'm just a novice. I've only read just a minimal on this, but it was saying that if you have a small herd of up to 10 to 15, maybe about 50 acres is enough for them. But if we're separating the herd, is that going to be enough for one half of the herd to wander around? Because they're going to require a lot of space. And if we're cutting that property in half to separate males and females, is one side going to, I mean, are they going to have enough room to roam? Well, now, are you talking about the south property or the north property? The 53 acres that we're talking about. The 53 acres, I would say if you probably got maybe 4, 5 animals on that property. Oh, okay. That would be what I would look at. Okay, you're looking at just really small. Your herd is going to be probably, if we can get it up and running again or get it available there, your herd is going to be up there. These are just going to be your show animals. Earlier, the number 12 was thrown out, and so I was just going on that. Well, yeah, and I mean, if you're only talking like 4 or 5 or 6, yeah, that would be nice. But I use that 5 or 6 based on what they, you know, IBIA.
It's going to be a very small herd.
As far as, you know, them giving a recommendation on how much each acreage will hold. I was just trying not to follow the line of what are we going to do with a bunch of baby bisons.
Okay, I think we spent enough time on it.
As Ms. Sampson said, it's just going to, we got to start somewhere. That's all I can say.
All right, this is TR 2023-01.
Call for question.
Secretary, call the roll.
Leetta Simpson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narcomi,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Terry Edwards, Ida Gonzalez, Nancy Fixico, Leon Petit,
No.
Joseph Billy,
No.
Dolores Harjo,
No.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yeslith,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie, Marilyn Moore, Ella Coleman,
No.
Shirley Watkins,
No.
Tiffany Thomas,
No.
Wayne Shaw,
No.
Catherine McCoy,
No.
Charlie Hill,
No.
Tiffany Cully, Danita Harjo, Willis, excuse me,
Danita Harjo, no.
Willis Dethridge,
No.
Desiree Emerton,
No.
I have 8 yeses, 14 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 8 yes, 14 no, 0 abstentions, I declare TR 2020-23-01 to have failed. TR 2023-02.
Chair, this is Leon Petit, and Senac had asked me to introduce this one, and I would like to bring to you TR 2023-02, Tribal Resolution of the General Council of Seminole Nation of Oklahoma authorizing Seminole Nation Division of Commerce, SENDOC, to prepare and submit an application for fiscal year 2022 Intertribal Buffalo Council ITBC Herd Development Grant. Make the motion and ask for a second.
There's a motion. Is there a second? That,
I second that.
okay. Representative Thomas, second. There's a motion and second. We're in discussion. Representative Dethridge.
The last whereas on the first page, last sentence, tribal buffalo program and/or enhance the spiritual and cultural beliefs and practices of the tribe. I'm not a historian about the Seminole Nation, and I don't know whether we had buffalo 120 years ago, and we lived on that. I know before we came to Florida, before we left Florida, we definitely did not have buffalo.
Seminoles had eastern bison in the southeast, but they did hunt buffalo when they did come on the removal. Huh? We got buffalo dance, don't we, Wayne? We have traditionally a buffalo dance. Some dance at the ceremonial grounds specifically for buffalo. But anyway, there's the question.
Call for question.
Okay, Secretary, this is to apply for a grant now, which is basically free funds, no matching funds on this one, right? So this could help the buffalo herd, most likely going to take place south of here. Go ahead. Yes, Secretary.
Leetta Simpson,
No.
Anthony Conley,
No.
John Narkemy,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Terry Edwards, Ida Gonzalez, Nancy Fixico, Leon Petit,
Yes.
Joseph Billy,
Yes.
Dolores Harjo,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yeslith,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Ella Coleman,
Yes.
Shirley Watkins,
Yes.
Tiffany Thomas,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
No.
Charlie Hill,
No.
Tiffany Cully, Danita Harjo,
Abstain.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton,
Yes.
I have 17 yeses, 4 noes, and 1 abstain.
With a count of 17 yes, 4 noes, and 1 abstention, I declare TR 2023-02 to have passed. TR 2023-03, Budget Committee. And this is Rex's, pertains to Rex program.
Tribal Resolution 2023-03, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the budget modification of the food distribution program on Indian reservations and incorporation of said budget in the fiscal year 2023 comprehensive budget and authorize an appropriation. And I ask for a second.
Second.
There's a second. Any discussion? We do have the director of the program here, and he even put a jacket on. Any questions? Any discussions? No questions? No discussions? Secretary, call the roll. TR 2023-03.
Leetta Simpson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley, John Narkemy, Rena Tiger, Anastasia Pittman, Terry Edwards, Ida Gonzalez, Nancy Pixico, Leon Petit,
Yes.
Joseph Billy,
Yes.
Dolores Harjo,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert, Sina Yeslith,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Ella Coleman,
Yes.
Shirley Watkins,
Yes.
Tiffany Thomas,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton,
Yes.
I have 22 yeses, 0 noes, and 0 abstain.
With a count of 22 yes, 0 no, 0 abstention, I declare TR 2023-03 to have passed. TR 2023-04, Budget.
A tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the budget for domestic violence and tribal victims set aside for the 2023 budget and incorporation of the SAID budget in the fiscal year of 2022, the comprehensive budget, and authorizing appropriations. Move adoption.
Second.
Motion by Representative Pittman, seconded by Representative Coleman. You have the Budget Committee here that's seen this, as well as the directors here. Any discussion? Representative Shaw.
Start off looking at this. I think we discussed this at the band chiefs meeting, and the chief very aware of this. But the budget is for 5 years. It's a 5-year budget, and this does not reflect it except in the descriptions and stuff back here. But on this fiscal year, it says fiscal year 2023 budget worksheet, January 1st, 2023 through December 31st of 2023. That should be through December 31st, 2028, because it is a split budget. it's split five for over a 5-year period, and it does not reflect that in this budget. It looks, if you look at it, it looks like one person's getting a big raise, or one person's making $144,000 a year, the way it looks. But that's not, that's split up over 5 years, so, our band has requested that we, until the split budget has been allowed, that we set it aside until at such time that, that we can modify and get our budgets correct. I don't have any problems other than that.
It's written in the proper form. Representative Shaw, that was explained by the budget officer at the band chiefs meeting.
She didn't explain anything because she didn't say anything.
I recall her talking about this specific item. I bet the director's here, Terry, and also Marcia, if you want to come down with her, you feel welcome to. Representative Dethridge?
Because these ladies come down, Mr. Shaw brings up a good point, but couldn't we solve this by just making a note and putting it in this resolution that 60 days prior to December 31st, 2023, that the director apply for this extension? I mean, that looks like that'd be the simplest thing to do, but.
Yes, I'm Terry Stone, the program director for the Domestic Violence Program. This money is a tribal set-aside funding. When it was applied for by the previous program developer, he wrote, the solicitation came out and it's eligible for up to 5 years. When he submitted the grant, it was submitted on a 1-year term. However, when that term started, we started talking with the funding agency. We can do a project extension for up to 5 years, and with that amount of money, the nation needs that amount of time to be able to implement it, complete the project successfully, and be able to move forward and apply for further funding from the same agency. When we talked to the funding agency, they have advised us that 60 days prior to the end of the fiscal term for the grant, that we could apply for a one-time program or project extension, which would get us to the 5 years. So at the end of this term, 60 days out, we will be asking for an extension for the remaining 4 years. But we cannot do that until we're 60 days out. That's the funding agency's rules.
So, Representative Dethridge?
On the calendar, what is 60 days out from 12/31/23?
October, we're looking at October, but we've already started making plans with the OVC program manager who does our grants, specifically our grants. And she said when we would revisit it in July, and then we would start making preparations and make sure that it was turned in timely, that the nation would be able to seek the one-time extension.
So you and Marcia are both going to put it on your cell phones that sometime in July, we're going to ask for an extension. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That can be done at the executive. That can be done at the executive. It won't have to come back to the council. Executive can request that extension. Representative Shaw.
Well, what I'm looking at is this budget would be incorrect the way it's, if we pass it in its essence right now. Until you apply for and get that extension, we don't have that money in hand, so therefore it wouldn't be feasible. In other words, I don't want to spend my money today when I'm not going to get it till next week. So that's what we need to find out. It looks like it's the whole 5 years if you just look at it. If you break it down and it's going to be, I don't have a problem with incorporating it into your budget, but the thing is, let's put 1 year in there. Put the first funding cycle into this. The other 4, when you apply for it and you find out you're going to get it, we can do another modification if we have to under this council, is what I'm saying. It just, I'm not having a practice of giving money out that's not there yet. In other words, if I promise you a job And then say in July or August, a funding agency says, come back and says, well, we can't give you the other 4 years. Then what have I done? I promised you a job, now I've got to try to find a job for you or apologize like heck and ask you to leave. So that's where I'm coming to, you know, and I don't want that to happen.
Yes, Mr. Shaw, and on that, we have the award letter is for the whole total amount. And so what we're saying is we're getting that amount. It's already came down. We're working with the funding agency to get all of that released. So that total amount, there's not going to be any more or any less. The difference is spending it between the 1 year and the 5 years.
I
So
understand, but I don't want to make a 5-year budget on a 1-year plan.
understandable, yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be difficult about it. I'm just, you know, that's just good practice, or should be, for us as council representatives to be stewards for our people.
And so by the time this money is implemented, there is, even if we passed a 1-year budget today or at the next council meeting, whatever the council pleases the council, we would not have the amount of time to spend that amount of money. And if we don't apply for the extension and get it for the full amount of time, then we give that money back to the funding agency. If we do get it and it was released today and we started spending it, we still don't have that amount of time to spend that amount of money, and we're looking at doing the project extension anyway. So at this point, because we've already had this money for a while and we don't have budget clearance, we can't start spending on it. By the time all of that clears, then we will still have to do the project extension. And when we do that, the intention is to do it for the full amount of time. So if we don't, we're not going to be able to start spending that money. So we've now essentially taken it from a 5-year to a 4-year because we can't implement that money until the following year. If that makes, I don't know how to make it clear, but that's where we're at. I mean, we've got this money, the set amount of money is there. We know that the nation's intent is to spend it over 5 years. We wrote the budget for a 5-year because that's the extent. We would have already done the program extension, project extension, if we could, but that's not allowable from the funding agency.
I understand about funding agencies and stuff, but what I'm saying is, I'm reluctant. Our band is reluctant to approve a 5-year plan that's dependent on your projection in July for 4 more years.
It's a procedural process. That's all that it will be, is a procedure.
Procedures. We get caught up in these procedures. We're not doing business with procedures. We're doing business for the nation. So I've got to look at it from people's point of view. And so I'll just stop right there. In other words, I know how I'm going to vote.
I saw Representative Coleman, and then Representative Dethridge, and then Representative McCoy.
Call for question.
In that order, Representative Dethridge, Representative McCoy. Thank you. Thank you.
Because I want to find out if the Finance Committee, since they're the sponsor of this thing, because I heard Ms. Pittman make this motion, do they have a plan here? Can we do what I suggested? I mean, give us some direction here other than Mr. Shaw's.
It was just explained by the director. Representative McCoy?
Yes, Terry, I just had a question on your comment. You said you've had the money for a while. Are you talking like a while, like 1 week, 3 months, and we're just now seeing the budget come?
So we got the award letter back in the fall, and I'm going to say, I think late November-ish. That's when we got the award letter. I don't know the exact date of the letter, but we got it back in the fall. But the program was set to start for January 1st. So essentially when we got the award letter, if we would have accepted it, we got all the clearing from the financial manager from OVC, then we could have implemented on January the 1st. However, we're still working with the funding agency, OVC, because when that was submitted by the program developer, there was some things that we needed to clear up on the grant side in the Just Grant system. One of it being the format that the budget was placed in. And they actually, when we wrote the grant, it was written for $500,000 and they ended up giving us $719,000. So we have to go back in and clear up some of this funding things from our funding agency, the budget things on our funding, to get clearance from them. Plus, we have to get it cleared from you as council before any kind of implementation. So it could have essentially started January the 1st of 2023. However, we're still cleaning up, working with the agency to make sure that we're doing everything correctly so that later on down the road that there's no kind of findings against us.
When you get the letter in, like the ward letter you're saying, do you have a procedure? Are you supposed to then notify either the budget officer or the finance committee so it'd be on their radar?
Yes, so I'm not the only one that receives it. The controller also receives it. The budget officer also gets a copy of that. The executive, I think it actually goes through executive office prior. And kind of, we're just all on this email thread, and it tells us, as a nation, it gives us an award letter and it tells us what we're awarded for, and that amount. We don't know, even when we write, to what extent we're going to be awarded, even when we request so much money, but that award letter gives us that amount, and it's kind of disseminated through all of us at the executive level, myself, controller, budget officer.
So would it have made a difference if you're saying you're still cleaning it up and that's why you couldn't bring it forward? If it had been just spot on, how soon should it have gotten to the finance committee so they could have reviewed it to bring it to the council? Like you said, we probably could have been using this in January and we're in March already.
So this particular, essentially, if everything was right and the grant was submitted correctly and the budget clearing from the funding agency, everything went completely smooth, then we would have immediately contacted, we would have started working on our internal budget. We would have we would have worked with the controller as well as Marcia. And then we would have sent it immediately. I mean, as soon as we got that done, we would have brought it to the finance meeting. Of course, that's the proper procedure, and then to you guys as council. However, we're still working with the funding agency and we're still trying to get everything lined out at that level so that we know exactly what to bring before you from them. And so everything it's a tier. We're starting with the funding agency, then we go to finance, then we go to you guys, just to make sure when we come that we know exactly what we're getting and what we can implement and what we can use it for.
All right, thank you for your answer.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Pittman?
thank you. And just for clarification purposes, when they applied for the grant, they applied for a certain amount. They were awarded more than what they applied for. So you have to go back and adjust it to make sure it's in compliance to expand it so that we don't leave any money on the table. Because we would have capped ourselves with the 500 when they gave us 7. So when you find out late and you get it and you say, well, let's adjust it one time so that we can get all the money and expand it all the way through. And that's the reason why you have it like this.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and we discussed it. Representative Shaw?
Yes, I'm coming back on it because I'm getting more and more confused. Y'all got the reward letter, let's just say January 1. Budgets were due back a couple of meetings ago. And why was this not incorporated at that time so we could pass all the budgets at the same time instead of piecemealing? That's what we're doing. And I don't care to do that because if I ask you for $10, I need $10. I'm not going to say, well, I've got another $10 over here, so, and I already know I got it in my pocket. But the thing is, if this award letter came that long ago, why was this council not notified so we could modify or put your budget together in its entirety? That's my question. Y'all just, I'm kind of, maybe I should have stayed in school along in 3rd grade.
So there is, once you get a federal award, many of you know that there is a procedure where you have to actually accept the award. Just because they're awarding it, the nation has to go in and say, hey, we do accept this and we accept the terms and all of the things that they line out before us that we can and cannot do. So we can't even utilize it until the nation accepts the award. And the program developer is the one that's tasked with doing that. So once that's done, then we can start the work that we need to do. And also working with funding agencies at the federal level, you don't always get quick returns to your answers, and a quick turnaround from the funding agency. So sometimes we're at their mercy, and we're making sure that we're, sticking to their guidelines in a manner that doesn't come back and risk any future funding that would keep the program sustained and going.
I'll go ahead and yield to that because y'all getting me more and more confused.
There's a motion and second. This is TR 2023-04. Secretary, I'll call the roll, please. Thank you, ladies.
Leetta Simpson,
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narkemy,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Terry Edwards, Ida Gonzalez, Nancy Fixico, Leon Petit,
Abstain.
Joseph Billy,
No.
Dolores Harjo,
No.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yeslith,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie, Ella Coleman,
Yes.
Shirley Watkins, Tiffany Thomas,
No.
Wayne Shaw,
No.
Catherine McCoy,
No.
Charlie Hill,
No.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton,
Yes.
I have 14 yeses, 6 noes, and 1 abstain.
With a count of 14 yes, 6 noes, and 1 abstention, I declare TR 2023-04 to have passed. TR 2023-05. Budget. It's just the opioid resolution. You can sponsor it if you want there. It says budget, but go right ahead, Willis.
Chair,
That's Representative Dethridge.
I'd like to sponsor tribal resolution 2023-05, a tribal resolution of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, authorizing the office of the chief to apply as a participant on behalf of the Seminole Nation in any opioid class action settlements to secure Seminole Nation's allocation of each such class action settlement. Ask for a second.
Second.
Motion by Representative Dethridge, second by Representative Coleman. I've seen Representative Shaw, then I've seen Representative McCoy.
I'm gonna, I think it's a no-brainer myself. I think we need to do that. But keep leaving the general counsel out of this by constitution, that when this money does come down, that the council be the ones notified of it. I'd like to modify that, to at least put the council in there somewhere where, I know the Constitution says, oh, we budget all the monies and all this stuff, but here lately, we haven't been doing a very good job. So I want this to come back to the council so the council can take it back to their people for information. Thank you. If you'll accept that as a, I guess, friendly amendment.
Where would you put that, Mr. Shaw? At the end of this sentence where it says such class action settlements and reported back to the Seminole Nation General Counsel?
Yeah.
Works for me.
No, what you're doing is you're putting an extra measure in that if a class action suit comes and we need to sign right away, you just want the information sent to the council?
Yes.
Well, that's no problem. It doesn't even take an inclusion in this resolution to do so. It may confuse the actual settlement people. They have a standard form that they go by, and then if they request a resolution from the council, what's presented is suffice for that.
We
And
have a constitution too, but we don't abide by it.
I don't know about who we are, but Representative Narcomi?
Is there a current list?
Excuse me, Representative Narcomi, I did call on Representative McCoy after Representative Deathridge.
No, look at me. I have a friendly amendment. It kind of goes along the lines as, yeah. So I'll just take your input, but they want me to say that if any money is awarded, that it comes to the council for approval before distribution.
I'm going to say that's out of order, and I'm going to say it because of this. There's not any money that comes to this nation that's not appropriated by this council, unlike $20 million that was done before I became the chief, okay? We bring everything for a proper appropriation to this council, and there's got to be planning and all that kind of thing that goes on, and the council will be in. You don't need to cloud the issue with these settlement companies with this type of language, okay? Just basically sign the forms that they send out, and when those settlements come in, they'll be brought back to the council as far as whatever the tribe decides they're going to do with those funds. There will be guidelines what you can do with them.
Okay, you don't need to get upset about that. I'm just bringing you what my band asked me to do. I'm doing that.
And I'm going to share something. As a council representative, you should clarify what's already set in place as procedures and processes here on this tribal council. I shouldn't have to keep doing this as the chairman, but I don't mind clarifying. There's a motion and a second on the floor. This is so that we can apply for those settlements when they come to us, because some of them do require a resolution without having to come back to the council for each specific settlement. Representative Narcomi.
Is there a current list of active class action suits going on right now?
I don't have that.
Okay.
But we have worked with the former Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs, Kevin Washburn. He sends down all the information that's coming forth. We signed one for CVS. We signed one for Walmart. We signed one for Walgreens. And they didn't require a council resolution. Some will, though, just like the first one that we passed a while back. And that was specific. And this is kind of a generic resolution that will cover all and any others that may come.
But when we do get involved in them, could we at least, know what could we at least be forwarded the information as to what we're getting involved in?
Receiving some money.
Yeah, I mean.
Millions and millions of dollars for the purpose of opioid, not only prevention, but also care and application. But what I'll do is I'll put on the portal the actual, what they send us.
Yes.
And then you can take a look at it. It's a one-page form, but every once in a while, one of them will ask for a council resolution as they did the first time.
I just simply meant that when a class action suit comes up, could we at least know what it pertains to?
Those things are already underway. They're just distributing money now. We'll want to be a part of that distribution, a line of distribution.
But the resolution says future class action suits.
There's future ones that are still going through the negotiations.
When the future ones come up, can we be informed of what they pertain to?
Are you going to say yes or no, whether we want to receive millions of dollars? Okay.
No, it's just a courtesy.
Okay.
I'm just asking for a courtesy.
All right, thank you, Representative Narcomi. Thank you. I had Representative Fulbright, and then I saw Representative Shaw, and then back to you, Representative Deathridge.
Was there a second on that amendment that Representative Shaw made to Representative Deathridge?
There's not an amendment. Not an amendment.
Friendly amendment?
There's not an amendment.
What is it?
There is not an amendment.
What did you accept then?
Well, no, there wasn't a second to that, but there's actually no need for an amendment. Basically, this is just There's not a need for it. Let's see, I had a hand over here. Representative Shaw, then back to Representative Detheridge.
I was going to come back to the same point that Representative Fulbright just brought out. We were still discussing that when you jumped and went somewhere else on us. I just asked him if he would accept it. And then everybody else got talking about everything else. I'm just asking if he'll accept what I said. And if he doesn't, then I'm going to put it into a motion. Isn't that the way, proper procedure?
Well, yeah, it would be, but
All right.
just as I said on a lot of decisions that this council made that cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars, and we had to come back.
I mean,
and-
3 or 4 words is
My
not going to cost
goodness,
this nation.
We can't cloud it up,
But I
guys.
want.
Since I'm the sponsor of this legislation, I would like to add, after the word settlement, and report it back to the general counsel. So you may read the whole verbiage one more time with my added. A tribal resolution of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma authorizing the office of the chief to apply as a participant on behalf of the Seminole Nation in any opioid class action settlements to secure the Seminole Nation's allocation for each such class action settlement and report it back to the general counsel. So we all know, hey, we got a check for $115,000 the other day.
After applying, then report back to the general counsel. Yes, that probably won't cloud it. Is there a second to that friendly amendment? Do you accept it? Who did the second? Oh, okay. You accept that as well? Okay. All right, there we go. After we apply, then we'll report it back to the council, which we do anyway. Okay. Secretary, call the roll.
Leetta Simpson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narkemy,
Sure, yeah.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Sure.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Terry Edwards, Ida Gonzalez, Nancy Fixico, Leon Petit,
Yes.
Joseph Billy,
Yes.
Dolores Harjo,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yeslith,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Ella Coleman,
Yes.
Yes.
Tiffany Thomas,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
No.
Charlie Hill,
No.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton,
Yes.
I have 20 yeses, 2 nos.
With a count of 20 yes, 2 noes, and 0 abstentions, I declare TR 2023-05 to have passed. TR 2023-06, budget, and there was some wording that was shared at the band chiefs meeting that the term modification is not there. This is actually new funds, and I think, Velvet, if it's not much, but modification is struck. Every word that it says modification, it should be struck. Because this is not a modification.
the tribal resolution 2023-06, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the budget of the Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program, LIHEAP, 2023 budget and incorporation of said budget and the fiscal year 2023 comprehensive budget and authorizing the appropriation, and I ask for a second.
I'll second that.
So,
Motion made by Representative Coleman, seconded by Representative Shaw. Representative Cootie?
One of the questions that are being asked is, this payment that comes to them, it's only one-time thing. So they were saying, what about the rest of the time? You know,
Usually what happens, sometimes the federal government, they will send you additional funds down, and all that means it's not reoccurring, this particular amount that they're sending down. In this case, it's $1,492. So when it says one time, it's just clarifying that it's a one-time appropriation. Don't mean for the whole program for forever. Yeah, it's just an addition of $1,492 to this particular area of LIHEAP. Any other questions? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Secretary, call the roll.
Leetta Simpson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narkemy,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Terry Edwards, Nancy Bixico,
yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Joseph Billy,
Yes.
Dolores Harjo, Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yeslith,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Ella Coleman,
Yes.
Shirley Watkins,
Yes.
Tiffany Thomas,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
No.
Charlie Hill,
No.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 20 yeses, 2 nos, 0 abstain.
With a count of 20 yes, 2 noes, and 0 abstentions, I declare TR 2023-06 to have passed. This is TR 2023-07, budget.
Tribal resolution of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma adopting additions to the Seminole Nation Long Range Transportation Improvement Plan and the Seminole Nation Tribal Transportation Improvement Program, TTIP, and submissions to the Bureau of Indian Affairs of the following list of additions to the Seminole Nation's TTIP road inventory. Move adoption.
Move for adoption.
Second.
Second by Representative Coleman. We do have the director here. Questions, Representative Shaw?
Yes. The question I have is, do we have MOAs in place, still in place for the county to take care of these roads once we build them and fix them? Because I know that the county was supposed to take care of that, a general road project. They didn't do it. They're supposed to we fixed several projects, but we had MOAs in place that were not enforced by us. I say us, I'm talking about Seminole Nation. Do we have MOAs in place for that?
Would you come up to the front and use the mic? Thank you, Rachel.
Yes, we have several MOUs in place with the county for different things. I'm still gathering up the research on those, just for specific projects or programs. As far as this resolution. It's a bridge program that we're wanting to do. There's 14 bridges that are functionally obsolete or below a 4-level rating.
Well, the reason I'm asking if those MOAs are in place is, do we have a way of enforcing it other than lip service? Because we tell them, the county commissioners, because of the McGirt deal, they started acting like they had halos all at once and saying that they, acting like they didn't have to abide by anything that we have in place. But we do need MOAs in place, and not only for these roads, but for those bridges also.
We will have, the county is the one who approached us on the bridge program. We knew that the bipartisan law had passed in November. There's a lot of money being pumped into programs for the transportation, tribal transportation, transit.
Bring it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh,
Microphone.
sorry.
Thank you.
I'm bad at microphones. So we know that there's a lot of money coming into play. We know that we're going to have to approach that. The county has offered to provide the 20% in-kind match. That'll be discussed on the TR 2023-09. It's a grant that we're going after. So those will be put on place, memorandum of understanding. It's exactly what their responsibilities are going to be, exactly what our responsibilities will be. Of course, that'll all have to be brought here for those approvals. But for this resolution, this is just so we could put it on our LRTP and be able to put it into our TIP when we get to the point to where we want to apply for the funding to fix these bridges.
Okay, now, I'm gonna get on my soapbox. On this right here, are you putting just a certain amount of roads, just a few roads on here? All right, because of the McGirt ruling, where the Supreme Court gave our reservations back to us as nations, Seminole County now being a reservation, and this being an Indian Reservation Road project, why do we not put every road and every street in Seminole County on that? And you'd have a list as long as your leg and probably around your head. But the thing is, why do we not do that? Because it's time to start pushing sovereignty in these counties and take a little bit of money. They need to start paying their share too. Or they need to start paying us so we can start doing our share.
Right. You're getting ahead of me, but that's fine. We're looking at hiring the consultants that it's going to take to rewrite our long-range transportation plan. So those would be considerations that we look at as far as our inventory. We're learning. There has been some discrepancies in our inventory that we're trying to clean up with the Bureau. We're just getting into that. I've been in here in this program for about a year, and we've resolved a lot of the issues. Some with the county commissioners. Of course, they've went out, and we've got new county commissioners.
Right.
And a lot with the Bureau. We've been meeting a lot with them. We'll have a meeting in a couple of weeks to discuss our TIP and some of the things that have been on our TIP for quite some time. One of those might be London Coker Road and how we're going to deal with the issue that they're using SERB money. And when they use SERB money, then the state reserves the right to let those contracts. I think that goes against our sovereignty. So those things are going to have to be discussed. But for just this resolution or this intent, we just wanted to put a list onto the LRTP so we can continue forward and capturing those opportunities when this money is available. Normally, it's not available. So the 15 bridges in the county, they are really bad. They're just little wooden bridges. Buses go over them. People travel those every day. If they go out, what is the wait time for emergency services when they have to go around a 2, 3, 4 mile section line because a bridge went out or they can't bring heavy equipment across the bridge. So some of these are needed to be addressed years and years and years ago, all the way back to the WPA days, but they haven't been. And that's what we're wanting to do with this.
I want to back up a step. We got I mentioned the General Road project. It still has, you can't drive down that road faster than 40 miles an hour without bumping the rear end of your car on the pavement because of the dips and
Because
stuff.
of dips.
Now, our previous director told us that he was in negotiation with the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the county to level it out and straighten it out. Well, that's been several years now that we kept getting that same lip service. Where are you on that project? Because that, if you're talking about emergency vehicles running, if I'm driving a fire truck down through there 80 miles an hour and I hit one of them dips, I'm going to wreck it.
Okay. So, again, the county commissioners have all changed. So that can be something that we bring up in our meetings with them when we start talking and discussing these bridge programs. To what extent are they responsible for that road? Those kinds of questions. There's things that I'm doing, there's things that I haven't been able to approach yet because I'm having to fix everything that was not right in this
The
program.
reason I brought it up was because we were told by the previous director that the Bureau of Indian Affairs was going to fix that road since they took the project away from us to do it themselves. And then turned it back over to us to turn it over to the county. I am aware of that, but the thing, if the Bureau did that, and he's telling us that they were going to repair it, can't you negotiate back some of that stuff with the Bureau to get it fixed?
Possibly. I'll have to look into it, though.
Okay, well,
You'll have to give me time to do that.
Okay.
I'll yield the floor at this time. Thank
But
you.
I'm not,
Representative Shaw, that's Maud Farm Road you're speaking of? What they call Maud Farm Road? I think that's what they actually called it in the application, and I actually remember that as being said that Barry Hughes was the one that was saying they were going to repair it.
okay. Then that's who I will call.
Okay. No other questions? Representative Lambert?
I was just going to make a quick comment on that road that he's mentioning. If it's on our LRTP, if it's in our inventory, we should be able to maintain without, but at the same time as we want to make sure that we enforce it.
Yeah, we
And
need
we
to
don't
make
wanna
sure
spend
with the
our money
expenses
if
of
we
that
don't have
too.
to.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, there was a collapse of something, a large round something or another, as I can remember. But let's go back to the TR 2023-07. Any other questions pertaining to this measure?
I have a question.
Okay, check, no other questions or discussion. Secretary, call the row. TR 2023-07.
Leetta Simpson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narkemy,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Nancy Fixico,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Joseph Billy,
Yes.
Dolores Harjo,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yeslith,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Ella Coleman,
Yes.
Shirley Watkins,
Yes.
Tiffany Thomas,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
No.
Charlie Hill,
No.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 20 yeses, 2 noes, 0 abstain.
With 20 yes, 2 noes, and 0 abstentions, I declare TR 2023-07 to have passed. We're back to that resolution that was discussed early this morning about going out of the order of the agenda to address the resolution that was placed under other business, which was TR 2023-16. According to what was discussed early this morning, these two resolutions are germane and go along with one and another. So this is where we would say that, you would make your request as you did this morning.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Tribal Resolution 2023-08, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, authorizing Seminole Nation Public Transit to prepare and submit grant applications under the fiscal year 2023 low or no admission grant program and the fiscal year 2023 grants for buses and bus facilities competitive program on behalf of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma. And I ask that the tribal resolution 2023.
This is this resolution, but the proper way. Is there any objections to going out of the order of the agenda and placing the bill that has been placed under other business because it's germane to this 2023-08 to address them at the same time? Is there any objection to that? There's no objection at this time, then you can go ahead and go forward.
Okay. Also, while we're discussing this 08, I would like to correct a typo in the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma. The spelling is Seminole. The N was left out.
Yes.
In the last line there. Okay. This is a request, the authority to prepare and submit applications under the fiscal year 2023 low and no emissions grant program. While Tribal Resolution 2023-16 is a resolution authorizing the matching fund in support of the Seminole Nation public transit applications under the fiscal year 2023 low or no emissions grant program and the fiscal year 2023 grants for buses and bus facilities competitive program. So this is the matching fund available through in-kind land use of approximately 3 acres located on the Phillips property and as permitted under the grant application. And whenever the program director applies for this grant, they have to be specific as to what property that they are matching the funds with. So that's why the Phillips property is matching in this matter, but it doesn't completely identify where the 3 acres are. It's just there in the Phillips property somewhere. But here, I think that there is a map, and I'm corrected here. There is a map. I think there was a map that was attached to 16. There wasn't any? Oh, okay. All right.
You were saying that it requires the range and the of where the property is, the range and the location, the exact location, the land description, the legal land description.
It doesn't require a legal description, it just identify where it's located, right, Rachel?
Okay, and I'm going to share why I took that land description out, because that land description right there was prime property. And in discussion with the director of the program, that the area that it's going to be designated on can still be somewhere in that vicinity, but not necessarily at that very location. And that's why the legal description was taken out, and a General Phillips property was still kept in there. You understand? Yeah.
Yes.
So she says a legal description doesn't have to be there. It'd still be good. Okay. Okay. We can do that.
Can I ask for a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and second. Now, remember that you're voting both on TR 2008 and TR 2000-16. That was the one that was placed under other business this morning. Is there any questions for the director? Representative Narcomi, go ahead, if you would. You have a working mic, somebody? Representative Narcomi?
I realize that it's not necessary to be specific about a plot of land, but does it either weaken or strengthen our application by doing so?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay.
It's the commitment of the tribe for the match with the property is what matters.
Okay.
Representative Petit?
For our benefit, it would, to me, make me feel better if we knew what the description of where the property is going to be located. Is the corner property, is that over there by where the previous old barn was, or is it up north of the church building there?
We will be coming back to council several times during this process. If we are to get the grant, or let's say we apply for the whole amount and they only give us part of the amount. So we will be coming back to council for the specific area and specific location.
And obviously, the chief would do every effort to protect the nation, and that's why that legal description was taken out. So there's, when you're doing a development property at a corner like that, you have a first tier, second tier, third tier, so forth. Just like, say, I'll give you an example, like over there on Kickapoo, where Whataburger is, and then they have that big development back behind there. That's not really first tier, that's like second or third tier because it's set back behind there. So somewhere in that vicinity, definitely the most prime location should be reserved for other economic development opportunities, but they'll still get a good location to where they're, what they're hoping to do with it. If they do get the grant, they can also be successful at it.
So I guess the property could potentially be where that barn or stuff like that is in that area. Right there. Y'all want Highway 9 frontage? Is that what you need?
No, we don't actually need the frontage. And like Chief was saying, when you do that development, like the highway frontage would be tier 1. And then a few acres behind that would be tier 2. We were actually looking at the property. There's a 737 duck call. I think it's a bar now. There's a really nice 3 acres right behind it that's kind of tucked out of the way. We would be fine with that. The further we go in to the property, the longer that the driveway has to be to get to that property. And that property is not on the transportation's inventory. So the transit grant would have to pay for the initial driveway. Now, once that's there, or maybe by next March, when all proposed inventory is due, we can propose that inventory and get it on the inventory. But that's going to start our road system to any kind of development out there. It's also going to start, just by us doing this project, it's also going to start the utilities. It's going to start a lot of things infrastructure-wise that would be positive for the nation to develop. But we do not have to be on the highway. We do not have to be in the second tier. We can be tucked behind there, and people are going to seek our services.
What it will give the nation an opportunity to do if they do get the grant is to begin that road network in there. And even if they're second or third tier, they're back behind here, and in the front property is still available for economic development. Representative Dethridge.
Chico, a month or so ago, I had the opportunity to be invited to a transportation look into the future type of situation. we're going to support this legislation wholeheartedly because the Transportation Department has got a long-term vision of finally somebody at the nation has a vision and is sharing their vision. I wish the executive department would do that, but I'm going to tell you, Rachel and her crew, they're sharing this vision that they have for that property. And this is how much of that property. That 300 acres is like a dollar bill. They're asking for this much of that dollar bill. 1 penny. 1/100th of the 300 acres is all they're asking for. And that will further their vision to fruition. So I'm hoping that this thing passes.
One thing about that, you don't actually think that this program brought this to this general council without discussing it with the executive. Yeah, surely you don't. But Representative Shaw?
The question that came up was, can we obligate that property to them because it's encumbered by a bank?
Yeah, it's not held as the collateral.
Huh?
It's not held as the collateral encumbered in the bank.
Well, I'll tell you how we can get out of that real easy. Y'all were talking about CDs. Cash them in, buy that property, and then we can forget about it. We don't have to worry about that. Not only that, at that time, we can put it in for trust on that whole property.
We can put it in the trust now because it's not held as the collateral, but that's actually a brilliant idea. Representative Shaw, maybe we'll bring that in the June quarterly meeting. Thank you. I'm glad you brought it. I think I might actually thank you, Representative Shaw. Attorney General, we want a resolution drafted for the June quarterly meeting accordingly. But anyway, with all kidding aside, thank you for that recommendation. Okay, we got a motion and a second. This is, as I said, TR 2008, TR 2023-16. No other discussion. Secretary, call the roll.
Leetta Simpson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narkemy,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Nancy Bixico,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Just to be clear, we're voting on 08 and 16 together?
That's correct. They're germane. They're in line with one another.
No.
Joseph Billy,
No.
Dolores Harjo,
No.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yeslith,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie, Ella Coleman,
Yes.
Shirley Watkins,
Yes.
Tiffany Thomas,
No.
Wayne Shaw,
No.
Catherine McCoy,
No.
Charlie Hill,
No.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 15 yeses, 7 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 15 yes, 7 noes, and 0 abstentions, I declare TR 2023-08 and TR 23-16 to have passed. TR 2023-09
A tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma authorizing the Seminole Nation Transportation to prepare and submit an application for funding pursuant to the Indian Reservation Road Bridge Program of the Federal Highway Administration to repair or replace 14 bridges located in the Seminole Reservation. Move adoption.
There's a motion to approve by Representative Pittman and seconded by Representative Coleman. And I saw your hand go up too. Any discussion on TR 2023-09?
Call the question.
Secretary?
Leetta Simpson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narkemy,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Nancy Fixico,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Joseph Billy,
Yes.
Dolores Harjo, Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert, Sina Yeslith,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Ella Coleman,
Yes.
Shirley Watkins,
Yes.
Tiffany Thomas,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
No.
Charlie Hill,
No.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yeah.
I have 20 yeses, 2 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 20 yes, 2 noes, and 0 abstentions, I declare TR 2023-09 to have passed. TR 2023-10, budget.
A tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the budget modification of the Environmental Health Services and Sanitation Facilities Construction Program to change the title and salary range for the positions of environmental engineer and registered environmental health specialist, and to create the position of administrative assistant and incorporation of said budget and the fiscal year 2023 comprehensive budget and authorize an appropriation. I ask for a second.
Motion approved by Representative Coleman, seconded by Representative Watkins. The director of that program is here. Any questions? Okay. If you, there's some hands raised. Representative Petit, go ahead and come up, Ms. Jennings.
Yes, well, I see a lot of name changes here and salary changes there and stuff. I was wondering, one of your environmental engineer or something like that, will any of these people have a degree in civil engineering? Because you're tasked with under, I think it's 2310, to lay out a water and sewer program for this, the mission grounds here. And I've always felt like you need someone of that capacity to do those particular type of planning and everything. So that was one of my questions on that was, you know, will a person with those particular requirements be required when you make these changes?
So to open up the positions to someone who may be qualified but not necessarily have the civil engineering degree, we changed the title. It's proposed to change the title to director, and the requirement be either a degree in engineering or a master's level degree, not necessarily in engineering. You can do, the Indian Health Service offers buyback engineering services, and there's also engineers on contract. As of right now, Mr. Porter, previously the director of the program and environmental engineer, he is currently on contract as an independent contractor providing engineering services. There is not really much engineering design work that occurs within the program. The need for someone with engineering abilities or experience really pertains to community projects and understanding the community's engineering report for community systems in order to apply for pass-through funds and contributions from IHS that pass through the program to go to the community.
So whenever you submit to this council for approval of the estimates and everything to develop and implement this project, will you be getting outside assistance from a civil engineer then?
Yes, anytime an engineer's services would be needed, we would contract, well, we have our current contract with Mr. Porter, keep him on contract for until he's ready to really throw in the hat. He says that that's not going to be anytime soon, so we're fortunate for that. And then anytime an engineer's services would be needed, we would contract one, yes, if somebody with an engineering degree does not fill the position.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
Call for question.
Thank you, Ms. Jennings. Thank you. Call roll.
Leetta Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narkemy,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Nancy Fixico, Leon Petit,
No.
Joseph Billy,
No.
Dolores Harjo,
No.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yeslith,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
sorry, I was just distracted, Lottie Cootie, Ella Coleman,
Yes.
Shirley Watkins, Tiffany Thomas,
No.
Wayne Shaw,
No.
Catherine McCoy,
No.
Charlie Hill,
No.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Danita Harjo, say your answer again.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton,
Yes.
I have 14 yeses, 7 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 14 yes, 7 no, 0 abstentions, TR 2023-10 has passed.
TR 2023-11. This is a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the reappointment of Velma Coker to the Princess Committee. I entertain a motion to that effect.
Tried it.
Motion by Representative Dethridge,
I'll second that.
This is to reappoint Velma Coker to the Princess Committee. Secretary?
Leetta Simpson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narkemy,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Abstain.
Nancy Fixico, Leon Petit, Joseph Billy,
No.
Dolores Harjo,
No.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert, Stephanie Lambert, Sina Yeslip,
No.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Ella Coleman,
No.
Shirley Watkins, Tiffany Thomas,
No.
Wayne Shaw,
No.
Catherine McCoy,
No.
Charlie Hill,
No.
Danita Harjo,
No.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton,
Yes.
I have 9 yeses, 10 nos, 1 abstain.
With a count of 9 yes, 10 no, 0 abstentions, I declare TR 2023-11 to have failed.
1 abstain.
And 1 abstention? Okay. Clarification, with 9 yes, 10 no, and 1 abstention, I declare TR 2023-11 to have failed. TR,
I have a question.
yes, Representative Fulbright?
Yes, on this resolution for Ms. Coker, so she's not been approved. Is she still on the board until a new replacement is made? Kind of like we were talking with housing at the last meeting, if they're not approved, they're still sitting on the board. Is that the same on this committee?
No.
Okay, so they're
No,
going to be
but there is an
minus.
expiration of her term coming up. So that's why she's on here. So she's, do you have that expiration with you? But
Well-
the expiration of her term, so whatever that expiration of that term, she'll fulfill that. It's not much
Because I
longer.
think it had already passed, is why I'm asking.
It's possible. Possible it might have happened in the last 30 days.
Okay, I thought it
Yeah.
was December.
But anyway, there will be a vacancy on the committee.
Okay,
once
so
it
I
happens.
think they had another one also, Ms. Langford, if I'm not mistaken, I think hers.
That's out of order.
I mean, I'm just talking about the terms that have already been
Yeah,
expired.
Ms. Langford turned in her resignation, and Ms. Whitekeller replaced Ms. Langford. So the other one, unless she's removed by this council for not attending meetings, is what they're saying.
Yeah, to
she-
get paid for the meetings, that's why I'm asking.
Who?
Regina?
No,
No?
no, she doesn't at
Because even
this
if she
time.
attended and helped them out, then
Right.
term expired, it
No, she's-
expired. Okay.
She's not official, no, she resigned. So she's not actually on
And
the
that's why I was
committee.
asking for carryover, because it happens on some boards.
Well, we won't go there.
I didn't understand what Ms. Coker was talking about up there earlier. She said something about extending her tenure until September the 30th. She's also talking about, you said Regina's, Ms. Langford has already resigned?
And she resigned a while back, and she was replaced by Bernita Whitekeller.
Well, she wants, asking for her to stay till So if she's resigned, why do we need to?
she's an elder. I didn't want to correct her while she stood here on the floor.
But that's kind of got me mixed up. Now, we could,
No, we have two members, and now we have a vacancy. So if Regina's desire is to be nominated, it can be done if I nominate her and this council confirms her. Yeah, so now there's going to be a vacancy as of April 29th. That's when Velma's term expires, but we had to do it now.
can we do it at this time to extend her till September the 30th as a council?
Who? Extend who?
Velma?
We already voted her down.
No, her term expires on the 29th, and the council just voted no to not have her as a part of the Princess Committee.
And we've also had Dina Clore. I believe they tried to remove her, which you appointed her and the council approved her. So we have two people in place now, correct?
We do, and after April the 29th, when Ms. Coker's term expires, then by the June quarterly meeting, we'll bring another person up for nomination. Okay? It could be Regina, possibly. Okay, thank you. Let's move on. TR 2023-12. This is another food distribution budget, or resolution budget.
Tribal Resolution 2023-12, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the budget strike modification of the food distribution program on Indian reservations for nutrition education and incorporation of said budget in the fiscal year 2023 comprehensive budget and authorizing appropriation. And I ask for a second. Second.
Got a motion by Representative Coleman, second by Representative Pittman. Is there any questions? The director is here, and he still has his jacket on.
Because it's a modification, that was supposed to be stricken out of this one as well.
I believe so. Let me take a look real quick.
I asked you a question.
Yes, modification is stricken off of this one.
Okay.
Yes. Anywhere there's a word modification, it is to be stricken. Okay, no other further questions, and any questions, discussions? Secretary, call the roll.
Leetta Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narkemy,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Nancy Fixico,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Joseph Billy,
Yes.
Dolores Harjo,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert, Dina Yeslip,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie, Ella Coleman,
Yes.
Shirley Watkins,
Yes.
Tiffany Thomas,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill, Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton,
Yes.
I have 20 yeses, 0 nos, 0 abstain.
There's 20 yeses, 0 noes, 0 abstentions. I declare TR 2023-12 to have passed. TR 2023-13.
TR 2023-13, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the budget modification of the tribal court for fiscal year 2023 budget for a one-time McGirt funding and incorporation of said budget in the FY 2023 comprehensive budget and authorizing appropriations. Move adoption.
Motion to approve, second by Representative Coleman. Thank you. You have a question, Representative McCoy? We have the Lighthorse Chief of Police here, and we also have the Budget Committee here. Lighthorse, this is the McGirt funding.
Tribal court.
Tribal Court. Linda, I'm sorry. You're coming up pretty soon. No, it's the other Linda.
Chair,
Yes.
Yes. Representative McCoy?
I might need, this is more of a budget question, I think.
Okay.
If you don't mind stepping down with her, please. And while she's coming down here, I'll just ask, because this actually is a question on both of the resolutions that are coming forward, the keyword of one-time funding. So we're creating some new positions based on a one-time funding. What happens after the funding goes away? How are we going to sustain those new positions that we created?
I'll explain it here.
Well, can we hear her as well?
Yeah, but she wasn't in the negotiations with the Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs. I was.
Okay.
So the negotiations with the Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs on McGirt funding, this particular one it's called one-time funding for this particular budget, but we got word that it's reoccurring. So that's wonderful, isn't it? So it is called one-time funding for this particular resolution only, but you can answer the question more.
This budget was created before, because this was like mod 6, and we got word after that it was going to be not one time.
Okay, when you say you got word, do you have an email or something in black and white telling me that, yes, this is going to be ongoing? Because I don't think it was in my packet unless I overlooked it.
It's budget mod number 8 that BIA sent to us.
And has that been sent to us and I just overlooked it?
It was received after everything went to the council. So we knew how you feel about not sending it afterwards.
It was received after the 10-day notice.
After the announcement of the agenda.
But you do have something in writing?
Correct.
Okay, can that be sent to the council, please? Thank you.
So this is reoccurring, which means it's coming every year. There's any other questions? Representative Dethridge?
Ms. Billy, just to save Chris some walking distance, same thing applies to their funding as well?
Yes, same thing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there's no other questions, at least for this resolution, TR 2023-13, Secretary, call the roll.
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narkemy,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Nancy Bixico,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Joseph Billy,
Yes.
Dolores Harjo,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yeslith,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Ella Coleman,
Yes.
Shirley Watkins,
Yes.
Tiffany Thomas,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Abstain.
Charlie Hill,
Abstain.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 20 yeses, 0 nos, 2 abstain.
With a count of 20 yes, 0 no's, 2 abstentions, I declare TR 2023-13 to have passed. TR 2023-14, budget. Trout.
TR 2023-14, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the budget modification of law enforcement BIA 2023 budget for one-time McGirt funding and incorporation of said budget in the fiscal year 2023 comprehensive budget and authorizing appropriation. I ask for a second.
There's a motion and a second. Motion by Representative Coleman, second by Representative Pittman. You're going to get in there pretty soon, Representative Petit. Any questions on this one? Similar to the other one, same funding that came down. There's no questions, discussion? Secretary, call the roll.
Leetta Simpson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narkemy,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman, Nancy Fixico,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
Joseph Billy,
Yes.
Dolores Harjo,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert, Sina Yeslith,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Ella Coleman,
Yes.
Shirley Watkins,
Yes.
Tiffany Thomas,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Abstain.
Charlie Hill,
Abstain.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton. I have 20 yeses, 0 nos, 2 abstain.
Okay, with a count of 20 yes, 0 no's, and 2 abstentions, I declare TR 2023-14 to have passed. TR 2023-15, this is introduced by Representative Dethridge.
May I have a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma rescinding tribal resolution 2020-14 and reinstating tribal resolution 2010-65, directing all Seminole Nation program directors to be present at all Seminole Nation quarterly General Council meetings and any meeting for which such program director is presenting a resolution. Then I've got also, it says TR 2010-65 was attached, and I hope it was.
Okay, you're making that in a form of a motion?
I make that motion, yes, sir, and that's for a second.
All right, Representative Petit. Motion made by Representative Dethridge, seconded by Representative Petit. Any discussion on this? I see Representative McCoy, then Representative Cootie, and then Representative Petit. Representative McCoy?
Yes, I have a few questions. On all these directors or just employees in general, is everybody back in the office or are there certain people working from home still?
Most everybody is in the office. There are some that are in the office and some of the time. Probably just
And I
one.
assume you keep a list of, or you've authorized certain people to work from home?
Well, it's called a flex schedule.
Flex schedule?
Yes, there's not many that do that.
Okay, as it pertains to this resolution on comp time, am I assuming correctly that our directors they clock in and out? They're not on just a standard salary, meaning they can get comp time to attend the meetings?
There's what we call exempt and non-exempt. If they're exempt, then they get a standard, salary, for 80 hours. And if any additional time that they do or overtime, it's, they don't accumulate, that comp time if they're exempt. Now, if they're non-exempt, obviously employees can receive and accumulate, besides annual, they can accumulate comp time as well.
So is it up to them to request that if they start attending these required meetings, if this resolution passes?
I'll have to double check with with HR on that status of those specific directors, but most directors are exempt.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I think I was going with Representative Cootie, then Petit, and then Yetzler,
Okay.
and then Shaw.
One of the things I was just going to say is that it's good to have all the directors here, but sometimes, we don't have questions for some of the directors and they're sitting here all day long. Is that what we want to see? Just for them just sitting here waiting? I mean, it would seem like if you have a question of a director, you would request that director to be here.
I think the way that they did it and before that this resolution come up was if they had something that was germane pertaining to their program on the agenda, then they're to be here.
Yeah, that's the way I understood too. That's why I'm asking.
They was all here today, and some never did make it to the floor, obviously, because they didn't have any questions addressed to them. But that's what this is doing. It's taking that away and putting in that they shall be at all quarterly meetings and at any special call meetings that has something that pertains to their program. Or that's what this is a suggestion.
May I ask Willis, is that what we want, is to have everybody here and we don't have questions of them, they just sit here all day?
If you're asking if that's what we want, I want to know who those directors are. I haven't got a clue who half of these people are because today's the first day they've been here.
Well, why not just say all the directors to be introduced at one time, at one of the meetings or thing? I'm just saying, if you had something to do, you're sitting here all day waiting for somebody to ask you a question. And you're not on the agenda.
I have something to do today as well, other than being here.
Yeah, but
I'm here because this is my job. And if this legislation passes, they will be here as well. That's it.
You're and I'm just saying, there's the ones that are directors, they're just sitting up there, but you and I are here on the floor, taking care of business. So, but I just think if we have a question of a director, we should ask them. And if they don't, or is there, like you said, if we, there's something pertaining to them. If we don't know the directors, I don't know everybody either. But in that case, maybe we need to have all of them that one day and introduce everybody who they are, what program. I'm just asking.
Okay. If the executive department had directors meetings and we were invited as a council or something of that nature, I have asked the executive department to let me attend a director's meeting. I said, do y'all have director's meetings? He said, yes, we do. He said, but I don't like the way they used to be. They'd show up and then nobody sort of throw their shoulders up. I don't have anything to say about my, doggone it, if you don't have something to say about your program, leave. I mean, leave the nation. We need to the more you know, the better everything is going to be. I appreciate the fact that we've had participation here today with everybody here. I appreciate that. I appreciate the fact that Rex Haley, a good-looking man over there, got that suit on like you're talking about, Miko. I know Rex, but I didn't know Linda Stewart. I see her over there now, and somebody said that Linda Stewart, let her get up there. You know, I'm glad to see her. You know, I talked to her on the telephone before. And Miko, and just in a side note, I would just as soon see more phone numbers put on these reports. So if Mr. Shaw has a question, and he always has questions, I always have questions, and I'd like to call a director and ask them, but you call 405-257-7200 and we get to listen to some music. And that's about it. So I'm wanting all the directors here. I may rescind this motion myself in 6 months. I don't know, but I want to see them here just so we know who they are.
Well, we could do a directory with the picture of the director and their present numbers and their contact information and accomplish the same thing, if that's what you desire. But matter of fact, Chief of Staff, if we could put that together and put it on the council portal, and actually they are working on that. There are a lot of numbers have changed even in the last 3 days, so give a little time for those numbers to settle down. One thing that happened, just so that you know, on those phones, during the pandemic, obviously new technology was invested in. We didn't have the capacity or the infrastructure to support some of that new technology, so it threw some of the systems out. It's just now getting to where we're dissecting what that is. We had a visit with AT&T, and you know how folks said, hey, I called and it sounded like it was busy. We found out, at least in Wewoka area, if somebody was calling the Wewoka area and after the 23rd call, then it went to a busy signal. Now, I didn't know that. I don't think anyone knew that. I don't even think AT&T knew that till they come to investigate that. But that problem was because of the old system, and the new system was implemented, and the capacity and the infrastructure wasn't built. Once that gets taken care of, we hope we believe that things will be where they need to be. You can contact people when you need to contact them. But we're creating a directory and with the new numbers. Representative, did I have a whole line of people? I think I did. On this question? I think I did, Representative Coleman. Okay. How about Representative Petit and Representative Yesleth? And I see your hand, and I see your hand. Sounds like
Chair, I think you probably answered the biggest part of my question. Under the Fair Labor Standards Act, who is exempt and who isn't exempt? I think there's a threshold there of monetary compensation and not knowing what each of those directors make. I think it shows $35,568 a year, then they would be exempt. So we're probably going to have a very few of those that would be able to qualify for hitting us for overtime pay. But once again, it's incumbent on this council, when they get here, let's not just talk to be talking. Let's get them in, get them out, and whenever we leave for lunch, we ought to be able to be through all that in 2 hours. Let's not just lollygag around. Let's get our questions answered and go. I mean, they got lives too. I'll give them that. But we have answers that we need from them also.
Yeah, and I suggested at the beginning of our administrations, if you really have true, serious answers, put it in writing, and then executive and those directors will put it in writing back to you. And that's even better. Representative Yesleth?
On the flex schedule, is it only directors or are other employees able to apply for that flex schedule?
Oh, it's like Representative Petit said, I believe it's on how much funds that they are making, how much money they make.
Okay, and so on the flex schedule, is it?
Oh, you're talking about flex schedule?
The flex schedule, yes. You said directors, there's some directors on the flex schedule. Are other staff members able to get on a flex schedule, or are we just only allowed our directors to do it?
I think it's on a needs basis. It's during the pandemic, we actually don't have any, just one on that kind of schedule. But during the pandemic, if if something was to happen, we understand that someone has to work from home because their job can't just stop, fortunately, because they're sick.
Okay, and so even if it's just the one, are we still monitoring works being done from home if
Oh,
they're supposed
sure.
to be at home? Okay.
Sure.
I just wanted to, and so just the one, so it's not allowed for others, it's just need, or day by day? Is that what you're doing?
It would be on a needs basis.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that other staff are allowed for that as well.
I think my mic's dead.
There's other programs that ICW, social services, that they, just the nature of their positions, they can't work a traditional 8 to 5. If they're in court until 4:30 in the city, they're not going to get off work at 5. So those schedules have to be, according to the needs of that position. And there's several of those that it also applies to.
I understand that, that's a given. What I'm talking about is if you actually had like a flex schedule and a flex schedule policy and you're allowing employees to come and say they want to work, let's say 6:30 to 3:30 or 7 to, 4, whatever that benefits them that they can do. That's what I'm taking in consideration as a flex schedule. But you're taking into consideration the full 8 hours, but if they're in that court session and they go over, then the next day they're allowed to use those hours, which is not really a standard flex schedule. Okay, that's what I was wanting that's just what I was wanting clarification on.
Might be the battery. Thank you. Okay. Okay, on these directors here, I think I had Shaw, Representative Shaw, Representative Hill, and then Representative Pittman. We'll get back over to the left side. Thank you.
This question was asked at the band chiefs meeting because I asked it myself. He said it costs money for us to have our directors here. I look at it this way, it's a privilege to work for the Seminole Nation if you got a job. Why can't you give up 8 hours 4 times a year to come in here? How many of you people know all the directors? I don't. I'm like Willis. We start on one subject over here, let's just say ICW, and it connects to something over here with the court system. We need both them here so we can question them at the same time. Not well, she didn't come or he didn't come. And you're talking about exempt and non-exempt. When I went to work for the state of Oklahoma, I signed a piece of paper that said, and all other duties I may be assigned.
So we do as well.
So we need to do that. And then you're saying that they don't have to be here because you don't want to give out comp. You don't have to give out.
Now, I'm going to tell you why they don't have to be there, because there was a general council that passed a resolution and said they didn't have to be here. That's why.
Well, I'm talking about now. We're fixing. Yeah. We're debating this issue now. We're not debating what was in the past. He's trying to rescinding that.
Yeah, but it's still in place at this very moment I'm speaking.
Yeah, but the thing, I didn't get on to anybody out there. What I'm saying is, from the future, they come in here, and what we need from them is a commitment. Not because you don't see instead of going. A director said, "Well, I don't want to go today. I'll send my assistant, or I'll send a secretary, or." Matter of fact, if I'm a head start, I might send one of my kids up there so they can talk, They just don't, to me, I think they need to be here.
If this passes, they will be.
And you're saying it costs money?
At one time, before we adjusted this exempt and non-exempt, it was costing us a lot of money.
Right now, if you want, and this general counsel can direct you, sign a piece of paper that says, everybody be here without pay. How many meetings have we ever attended without pay? Some of us been here a long time. Dedication is what it takes, and we need to start that, even with our employees, instead of running them off or chastising them for not being here. They need to be here. And I'm talking about the director, not his assistant or her assistant. And I'm sure that's what Willis is talking about. I have questions. I had several questions, but I just held back today on some because I didn't see the directors here. I asked, is that director here? They said, no. Why? They weren't here today.
Because the directors that had something that was affecting, that they were on the agenda, say like a budget mod or new funds coming into their program, it affected their program. Every one of those were here today.
But it says committee and budget, committee and what do you call that?
No, the resolution that Willis is suggesting to repeal is in place right now, and it only says to those directors that have something on the agenda.
Okay, but from now on, if we pass this, and I agree with Mr. Dethridge on this wholeheartedly, that we need those people here.
Well, obviously, if it passes, that's going to be a requirement because there's a resolution supporting it.
Yeah, but I can lobby for it, and that's what I'm doing right now. I have that right, you know. So I'm going to tell you now, I'm telling y'all, I agree with what Mr. Dethridge is doing. We don't agree on a whole lot, but this we do agree on. I'll yield the floor.
Yeah, well, you get all that lobbying down. No, I understand what you're saying, Representative Shaw. Historically, a lot of times it was just a target practice at directors if you had a bone to pick with them. And that is not over-exaggerating either. Okay, any more questions? Let's see, I had Representative Hill and then Representative Coleman, okay? We're going to have to extend the 5 o'clock hour to go in the executive session.
It's just like telling the directors to be here on Saturday. But anyway, getting back to Mr. Dethridge's resolution and all that, and also getting back to Ms. Goody's thing. When we have directors, if this is passed, they're not going to be here all day. It's going to be same thing as the committee members being here, sitting out here, and if we need them, we'll ask them to come forward and we'll ask the question to answer. When they get through, they'll sit back down. We don't use the committees all day and hit every one of them individually. Okay, we just ask them, once we get through, they can depart. They'll leave out here before noon. And not only that, as Mr. Shaw said about these directors and all that, if you really want to know honestly, I believe the executive staff is sitting over here. If he can start Monday morning, have pencil and paper, he can go to different departments and all that and see how many directors come to work on time and leave on time and check for lunch hours. They come in late and they leave early. They take an hour and a half for lunch. If you accumulate all those hours, they don't get 40 hours that they're supposed to put in by working, okay? And you don't believe me? Hey, find out, okay? And not only that, last thing I got to say is, I'm not here to see all the directors and look at them at the face and try to memorize how they look, okay? That has no bearing, period. We have an HR that's at the complex. I spoke to her quite a few times. I don't even know who she is. If I ran into her in a bar, in church, I wouldn't know who she was. I mean, I've never seen her up here and saying that I'm the new HR for the Seminole Nation. I've never seen that, okay?
I can accomplish the same thing, and we'll just have a really good time, and we'll sponsor it, and we'll have a council meet the directors.
And then last question, Mr. Chair.
Luncheon and supper, square dance, whatever it is that you want.
My daughter, how you want to know, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
All right.
Last question, okay, and maybe Mr.
Do not talk across the floor, council, please.
Mr. Delper, this last question that I'd like to ask, Mr. Chair, listen in. When the directors are told or directed to be here during a council meeting and all that, what if one doesn't show up? What type of a ramification would that person have, or do you all have anything in mind?
There's actually nothing that the council's going to do.
Pat on the back?
This chair is not going to let y'all persecute these employees like past chiefs and have well, I'm not even going to go there. This chief won't allow those targets to be interrogation sessions. You will talk to them in a professional manner in a manner and a way that's pertaining to that program if this passes. So I'll be watching for that as chairman.
But the way I look at it, if a director cannot make it, they should have someone like an assistant director or someone to represent them to be here.
That's true. And if they don't show up, obviously that's executives' responsibility for those, whatever the situation may be. Okay, let's get to Representative Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I really don't think these directors need to be here unless there is a tribal resolution that's pertinent to their programs. And whenever we review their reports, and if we have questions regarding their reports, we can simply pick up the phone and call them and talk to them about that. I do that with some of these program directors. I call them and I ask them questions or send them an email, and I get a good response from them. That can be taken care of with just a phone call. That's one way of getting to know your directors too. And, because it's just a waste of time for people to come here and sit and not have to, not be called upon to answer a question, okay? Secondly, you could have a part one, a part two council meeting. You could have part one just for reports, if you wish to have the directors here. And then the next day, you could have it for the business, because it takes up all of our morning time to talk about reports, committee reports, program reports, and before we can get down to business. And I would like to see the directors focus on their accomplishments for their programs. It seems as though most of them focus on their encumbrance reports. You see a lot of that. I want to see numbers, what's been accomplished. How many people have we served? ICW has a good statistical reporting. And there's some other programs that give good reports. They tell you more than just the numbers, how much money that they spent, how much money that they have left. But, we all need to treat each other with respect. In particular, our directors. These are people that work for us, work for our people. They're out there one-on-one with our community members. And that we should treat them with respect when they come into this council floor. And that we should not be trying to intimidate them or scold them, or, if we need to know something about the program, just put it in writing, send it to them, and let them address it to you. I just don't see the need to have everybody here under one roof all at the same time. And that, it does cost money for those that aren't salaried, that gets paid overtime. So, this is all I have to say to the subject matter.
Well, whatever the council decides, the executive will execute it. I will let you know that. And you know that as well. Okay, if there's no other questions or discussion, we'll go to the, I don't see any hands. Secretary, this is TR 2023-15. Call the roll.
Leetta Simpson.
No.
Sorry, Mike is, no.
No.
Anthony Conley. John Narkemy.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
No.
Nancy Bixico. Leon Petit.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
Yes.
Dolores Harjo. Karen Fulbright.
No.
Stephanie Lambert. Sina Yeslith. Lottie Cootie.
No.
Ella Coleman.
No.
Shirley Watkins.
No.
Tiffany Thomas,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 13 yeses, 8 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 13 yes, 8 no, 0 abstentions, I declare TR 2023-15 to have passed. Now we have a TO here. This TO at this time is going to be withdrawn. This is TO 2020.
Chair, I would like to sponsor that, please. Go ahead and sponsor it, please.
Okay, this is TO 2023-01, sponsored by Representative Fulbright. This is a tribal ordinance change. And somebody said there was a typo on there? On the actual resolution? Did someone say there was a?
Let me read it first. A tribal ordinance of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, amending the General Council Code at Title 16, Chapter 5, titled Stipend Payments of the Seminole Nation Code of Laws. Section 105, stipend payments to members of the General Council. Members of the General Council shall receive a salary for their performance of their duties, but no salary for their performance of their duties, but shall receive meeting stipends unless General Council by majority votes to decide to waive such payment for any specified General Council meetings. Council stipends shall be paid as follows: effective immediately, inclusive of the March 14th, 2023 quarterly council meeting. General Council members attending regular and specially called council meetings shall receive a $200 stipend instead of the $100 stipend in lieu of expenses for such meetings, provided that no payment shall occur if an absence is taken before noon, and provided further that those members attending until afternoon recess but leaving prior to adjournment shall receive only $100 in lieu of expenses for said meeting. Nice for a second.
Second.
There's a motion and a second on TO 2023-01. There's no discussion. Secretary, call the roll.
Leetta Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narkemy,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Nancy Fixico,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
No.
Joseph Billy,
No.
Dolores Harjo, Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Abstain.
Sina Yeslith,
Abstain.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Ella Coleman,
No, and I have a copy of a tribal ordinance 2023-01. For the first page, it says Section 1. Under title, it says the General Council finds that Title 16 should be revised and amended to specify the Finance Committee members shall receive a stipend of $200 per meeting. That is what I got in my package.
That's not what I
I
had.
didn't get that one there. Okay.
there was a mix-up when, in being edited and going back and forth to the GA and just putting it all together, there was a mix-up. And it could have been, I got distracted by a phone call or something, that the actual Word document actually got saved, but I didn't save it as a PDF file, which goes to you guys out onto the portal. So, and that's what happened there.
Okay. Okay, as a result, well, our band had decided to make a motion to table for the correction of this, but since you have this and we're voting, I'm gonna have to vote no.
Yeah, and that's why I said, was there a typo at the beginning of this? And that's when it could have been corrected. And
I didn't get that resolution that was incorrect.
you didn't get that one? Could have
Not
been.
the one that was incorrect.
Oh, I see. Okay. It's an ordinance change, not a resolution.
I mean, I didn't get that
No.
ordinance.
Okay, well. Okay, it's the general counsel, it's not the finance committee. Okay, continue with the roll call with that understanding that it's the general counsel as you read.
Shirley Watkins,
No.
Tiffany Thomas,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Abstain.
Willis Dethridge,
No.
Desiree Emerton.
No.
Okay, I have 12 yeses, 7 noes, 3 abstain.
With a count of 12 yes, 7 no, 3 abstentions, I declare TO 2023-01 as read by Representative Fulbright to have passed. And we already addressed the other business earlier, so we had moved the AG investigation of PPP and the report, and also McGirt-Strobel, and then I think also Mike Johnson, the director of the community development, was to answer a few questions about HIP. So is it the desire of the council? Sure, I think that's viable. Representative Shaw?
I think this was discussed this morning. You wanted to go into executive session at this time. So therefore, I'll make a motion to go into executive session and ask for a second.
What she was saying is that the McGirt information that's on this report, part of a second part of this report, doesn't necessarily need to be in executive session, but we can go into executive session right after that if there's no objection. There was no second to that motion, but is that all right, Representative Shaw? Because McGirt-Strobel would actually be beneficial to anyone. They're all leaving anyway. No, they're not all leaving.
But let's put it that way in the motion that as soon as we finish this, we'll go into executive session. Whoever seconded, I'm asking you to second this one.
Okay. Go into executive session after hearing the McGirt-Strobel information. Any objection to that? If there's no objection, we don't have to go to a vote. If there's no objection, okay.
Thank you. We just wanted to present to everyone that because it is tax filing time and everyone's going to be filing their income taxes, that the BCR and the AG's office, we've worked out some, it's a checklist if you want to file for the income tax exemption because you live and work in your historical reservation boundaries. And so if you look at the information, you'll see it's very important that you file correctly, that you protest within the appropriate time. And, well, you're probably going to file, your exclusion is going to be denied, and you need to protest within the appropriate time, and you need to ask for a hearing, all right? What the OTC is doing right now
is they've dumped everyone into a pool, and they are waiting till Alicia Strobel's case is heard to hear everyone's case. Penalties and interest are piling up on everyone. And, we want to put everyone in the best position to file their return, to claim the exemption, to protest, and to later have a hearing, because this is very important. So that's what the, Sharon, I can't remember your title, I'm sorry. That's what Sharon's passing out right now. And if you have any questions, you can call the BCR. So if we can put this on the portal, I can ask the General Counsel Secretary to put it on the portal, but not everyone has access to the portal. So if you can tell everyone where to get this information, that would be very helpful. So does anyone have any questions about that? I don't know the rules.
Comment.
Am I Chairman? What?
He just said you have the floor, so just take the questions.
Okay, I don't know who was first. I'm sorry, I didn't know the protocol. Mr. Dethridge, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Petit, Ms. Pittman.
My comment is this, that this is very important. Strobel has a good case, and it was agreed upon by the OTC's attorney, and then OTC says, I don't like that.
Yeah.
So the more people that can qualify for this, the better off all the
Sharon.
nations are going to be. Correct?
Yes.
I have one. Are you ran out?
Okay, so the BCR can get those for everyone who needs one. I'm sorry, who was next? I can't remember. Go ahead.
From looking at the resolution there, it said that y'all will have a projected budget. I'm pretty sure right now you don't have the opportunity to do that because you don't know where you're going to be. But
Right.
Could you tell me how many, I think Strobel applies mainly to the nation's tribal employees that live within our reservational boundaries. Is that correct?
All right, so the current Oklahoma Tax Commission rule is that you have to work for your tribe and you have to live in the reservation boundaries. Alicia Strobel did work for her tribe, but she did not live on a tribal trust parcel. So that's why hers is being questioned. That's why we want to take some test cases through. So say someone lives on a trust allotment but doesn't work for their tribe. Under the McGirt ruling, and we could go over those rules, but I know we're running out of time, your income tax, you should be exempt from state income tax unless Congress says otherwise, and they have not. All right, so we are looking at state rules, and that's why we want to take some different test cases. But Alicia Strobel did work for her tribe, but her challenge is that she did not live on a trust allotment. She just lived within the historical reservation. All right. Right. Well, here, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that we are asking that people to gather their information and send it to the BCR Commission. We will work, if you don't have your deeds, to Land Research will try to obtain that information. We're going to take, just because you submit your documents doesn't mean that you're going to be one of the test cases, because what the AG's office is looking at is what's going to be the best case to take to protest.
Yeah. That doesn't mean that you can't file for an exclusion and do your own protest, but moving forward under the resolution where we were asked what's to do and have a plan and have a budget, that's kind of what we're trying to do, is find these different test cases, okay? So who was next? I can't remember. Representative Cootie, okay, go ahead.
Article 5, letter J, I guess this would pertain to Senator McGirt, maybe even not before that. It says to establish, levy, and collect taxes within the territorial jurisdiction of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma. It was amended July 13, 2013.
That's in the Constitution?
It's in the Constitution.
It's federally approved.
Which provision? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Letter J, J. Oh, letter J.
Right. Okay, so we've talked about this before, and that would be an argument. If the Seminole Nation does in fact want to implement its own income tax, which, exactly, but would not be popular. Do you want to add an income tax? But what we could do, and what would give us a better argument, is if we implement our own income tax, which might be less than the state income tax, but it could be an income tax, and we could hold it in abeyance until the time that these issues are resolved with the state, so that no tribal member is double taxed in any way. But it would give us a better argument at the state level, and you're exactly right, that is reserved to the general counsel. Yes, Marty down here.
Okay, so I do have a question, and I didn't get to, ask this in Band Chief's meeting the other night. So we'll give myself for an example. I live on this reservation, but I work for the Muskogee Creek Nation. Does that qualify, or is that just?
Where you just have to live and work on your reservation. So you could work at Quick Trip. I mean, that would be our argument. Does the Muskogee Creek Nation have an office in our reservation that you work at? Or do you work in, where's the Creek Reservation?
Okima.
Is that in our reservation? Okay, then technically under McGirt, you would not qualify. Well, it would be pushing the envelope. All right.
I was going to say, I filed last year and under protest. I'm one of those that you're talking about, they throw it off into this, I was going to say black hole because they're trying to cover me up right now. And I haven't filed this year. I'm still hanging on. I'm going to file a protest. I'm going to keep pushing what I've got. But I'd like to do this, but I can't do this right now because of the way things are set up. So we got a couple other people that are in the same situation. How do we do that?
If you can't file right now, if you need to extend, is that what you're saying?
I'm not going to extend. I'm going to go ahead and, what do you call it? Protest. File under protest?
Yes.
Once I file under protest, I know they're going to throw me back in that black hole.
But that's why it's so important that you follow those rules. You have to file, you have to be denied, you have to protest within 60 days, I think it is, okay? And then you have to, when you get it back and you appeal that, you have to ask for a hearing. That's why we're passing this out.
I've asked for hearings and they're saying no, because until this is heard, we can't hear you.
And that's what they're saying to everyone. And that's why it's so hard to be in the pool, and that's why Sharon has said we're going to pick a pool of people, because interest is going to continue to apply. Penalties are going to apply. If you've got a nurse's license or any other kind of license or certificate, they're going to threaten your certificates and your licenses. I mean, this is war.
No, it's Governor Stitt.
All right, go ahead. I don't know anymore.
Okay, so here's another scenario. Housing has 2 additions that's just right over the county line, Seminole Nation Housing. I know there's several employees in there that do work for our tribe. Would they qualify to be able to do this? They don't? Okay, that's what I wanted
They have to be in
clarification
the
on, 'cause I know
historical,
there's a couple.
and that's why Danielle or BCR will look at your deeds and see who qualifies, because it's a little bit out of.
The boundary on the eastern side is not quite to the county line. The boundary on the west side is not quite on the county line. And Maud, if you live on a certain street, you're within our reservation. If you live on the other side, you're not. In Wewoka, if you cross the street, you're in Creek Nation. And if you stay on this side, then you're in ours. So that's why Land Research BCR is going to help you guys to get that deed to determine.
Okay, I wanted that clarification out there because I know that we do have a few that work for our tribe that live in our housing. So the next question is, those that are renting within our boundaries, rent to own, housing still has their deeds. So would they be able to qualify if they work for the tribe?
It just has to prove that they are within our reservation, not that they're the owner.
Ownership should not affect your.
Okay, I just seen your deed. Okay.
Exemption. That's wrong. Now, the state will argue it will, but that should not. Yes.
Okay, my question is, we have freedmen members who live and work in our nation. How does that work? Are they qualified? Because their enrollment is under citizens of the nation and not as members of the nation.
I think we should argue that all Seminole people qualify, but
We'll help you.
Representative Petit, did I say something that just, okay. Okay.
Okay, well, we do have to extend the meeting and don't go over 5, so I'm going to interrupt you right now. Do a motion to extend the meeting because take some time to talk about it. Representative Shaw, okay, Representative T made a motion to extend the meeting past 5 o'clock. We usually name a time. We usually name a time that.
Okay.
You can extend it. Usually we do name a time though. Let's extend it then. Is there a second to that? Shaw? Shaw? Okay, Secretary, there's a motion to extend for the meeting this afternoon past 5 o'clock. Made by Representative Petit, seconded by Representative Shaw. We do have to go to a roll call vote on this. So Secretary, call the roll. This is to extend the meeting until, business of the nation is taken care of here.
Leetta Simpson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narkemy,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Nancy Fixico, Leon Petit,
Yes.
Joseph Billy,
Yes.
Dolores Harjo,
Yes. Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yeslith, Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Marilyn Moore, Ella Coleman,
Yes.
Shirley Watkins,
Yes.
Tiffany Thomas,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Tiffany Cully, Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton. I have 22 yeses, 0 noes, 0 abstain.
Okay, with 22 yes and 0 no's, that motion passes to extend the meeting this afternoon. Okay, so we continue with Strobel.
And so if nobody else has any questions, I wrote out some notes, but we're out of time. So here is our amicus that we filed with the Muskogee Creek Nation on the Strobel case. Obviously, it's a public record. You can get it from the BCR. You can get it from our office if you're interested in reading it. And the Cherokee, Chickasaw, and Choctaw filed a separate amicus. Procedurally, I think the Oklahoma Supreme Court's docket is set through March, so there is I don't believe there's any way this is going to be heard before April or May. Unfortunately, I think if the Oklahoma Supreme Court hears it and it votes it down, it goes to the U.S. Supreme Court, and we know how that thing is stacked right now. So don't know what's going to happen. Don't have a crystal ball. Does anybody else have any questions on McGirt tax? Please call BCR or my office. If you go. Yeah, I can get.
Yeah, Representative McCoy has her hand up. Yeah, just put.
Okay. No, I'll make sure it's posted on the portal and Okay, and I'll ask the general counsel
Okay,
secretary to put
okay,
it on
it'll
the
be
portal.
taken care of.
Actually, Sharon, do you guys have a PDF copy that you can send us of a map of our reservation that's in PDF form that you could just send the council?
Yes, yes, we do.
Ditto.
All right, is there anything else on my cards?
Just for clarification purposes, if you live on restricted land, trust land, and work for the tribe on trust land, then you're exempt from sales tax with the state of Oklahoma. The question is that the lady does not live on restricted or trust land, but she works for a tribal nation, and that's the question in this case we call the Strobel.
Okay.
Sorry. My question is, what if you live in a tribal house, you live in the jurisdiction within the lines of the Seminole Nation, you work for the Seminole Nation, but the deed to the house is not in your name? The home's already paid for, but the deed is not in your name.
Well, you should be exempt, and that would be a good argument. I mean, just because the house is not titled in your name, if you can show you live there with a utility bill or something, or some way you can show you live there, you should be exempt anyway without McGirt, if that's your situation. Now, they'll argue, but.
And you have to have a proof of residency. That's what's on the checklist. If you don't have access to your deed because you're not the homeowner, that's when we're going to come into play and we're going to help you to get that copy.
I think they have access to the deed.
Okay, it's an official document. Don't listen to me. Don't just get a utility bill, but, all right.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
Thank you. Okay, we do need a motion to go into executive session, or we can do it by consensus, but I would prefer that we do it by a roll call vote. So Wayne, you made that motion earlier. We'll accept that motion. Leon, second that motion. Go executive session. There's two items. One is questions to the director of the community development who oversees HIP as well. And then, of course, the report on the PPP, the loan that was taken a while back. So do we want to hear Mike, let him stay in first so that when we're finished, he can go ahead and go home?
I'll fix it. Let's go ahead, because I don't know what it is with Mike, but if he's going to be here, let's go ahead and hear him first so he can go home. And then we can talk about this other thing because it doesn't pertain to him.
Okay, that's great. All right, then, how about the officer of a tribe, the secretary, the treasurer? Can he stay in, or do y'all want him out of here as well? An executive session.
Everybody leaves during executive session.
Okay, but you can determine who you want to stay.
Even what?
Yeah, they're going to have to go, yeah.
They're going to have to turn everything off.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's get that motion and that second, go in executive session. Mike, you'll stay in. Everybody else will have to leave if they're not part of the general counsel or the chief, assistant chief, and myself, and attorney general. You can stay as well as the council secretary. Yes.
Chair?